Hello all my beautiful little unicorns and welcome back to my channel. Hang on you guys, something's missing. Let's fix this. Alright you guys, I think we're ready now. So you guys, today's super intricate pick a card reading is all about your 2024 love story predictions. That's right you guys, if you're curious as to what the year 2024 has in store for you when it comes to love, this is the perfect psychic reading for you. And in case you're new here, my name's Vanessa Somuayina. You guys know me as the Unicorn Mom and your big sis from the internet. To date, I have published over 600 tarot related videos, and I feel so honored that you have entrusted me with the task of predicting your love story for the year 2024. And in order to help you figure out precisely what's coming towards your love life during the year 2024, I have prepared 4 groups that you can choose from, and I would like you to pick one of these 4 groups intuitively. And just as a little disclaimer, this is going to be a very podcast style piece of content. So whether you are cooking, cleaning, reorganizing your home, simply chilling on the couch, or driving to work or a friend's house, know that this reading is here to guide you and be enjoyed by you. Keep your reading on in the background and make sure that you receive your entire love story prediction. This video is guaranteed to give you hope, clarity, as well as confirmation as to what's coming towards your love life in the upcoming year. So guys, I'm about to introduce you to the 4 groups that I've got prepared for you, but before I do so, I would like to take a moment to thank today's sponsor. If you've ever been curious about your unique ethnic background, because I know I've always been very curious about this, then I'm sure that today's sponsor will pique your interest. Today's video is brought to you by MyHeritage, an online genealogy platform. MyHeritage is a self-administered at-home DNA test that helps you to uncover more about your ethnic background. And you guys, we are about to uncover my results. So in order to figure out more about my ethnic background, I took MyHeritage's at-home DNA test, which was really simple to do. The kit explains precisely how you take this test. You do it in the comfort of your own home. You swab the insides of your cheeks. You put them into the allocated containers, seal up the envelope, and your samples are good to go. And once I had sent my samples off to the MyHeritage DNA lab, I continuously checked in on the website to see when they were ready. I was so curious to figure out what my ethnic background truly is. And now that my results are in, I'm excited to reveal them with you guys. If I look in this direction, you know why. I'm just about to open the test results with you. You guys, I've got 8 ethnicities and 4 genetic groups. So I'm 51.6% Nigerian. I kind of assumed that a large portion of my genealogy would be like that, but 17.9% Scandinavian, 30.5% 6 other ethnicities and 3 genetic groups. Let's see what that means, you guys. All right, let's see the full estimate right here. We've got 51.6% Nigerian, 3.3% North African, 17.9% Scandinavian, and 14.6% Irish, Scottish, and Welsh. Never would have expected that. But hey, you guys, I always felt really at home in that part of the world. Maybe I just intuitively knew. 4.4% Greek and South Italian, 4.2% Finnish, and 1.6% Italian. I'm feeling like Cleopatra right now. And 2.4% West Asian. It's very, very interesting. And when it comes to genetic groups, I've got Western Austria, Vorarlberg, Germany, Baden-Württemberg, and northeastern Switzerland, which makes sense. I did not know that my ethnic background is such a fun melting pot, you guys. So because I'm half Swiss and half Nigerian, it was clear that there would be more than just one match, but I didn't think there would be so many, you guys. But thanks to MyHeritage, I've been able to uncover a little bit more about my ethnic background. So thank you to MyHeritage for uncovering this. And now it's your turn, you guys, for all of you who are interested in figuring out precisely what your ethnic background is and what your DNA would reveal about you. Well, MyHeritage has a promotion going on right now. Simply click the link in the description box in order to get a hold of your DNA kit today. Just as a little side note, these kits get delivered to you so so quickly. And once you've clicked the link, use the coupon code VanessaDNA for free shipping. And as an added bonus, you can start a 30-day free trial of MyHeritage's best subscription for family history research. That way you can not just figure out your background, but you can also connect with potential family members all across the globe. And using my code, you can enjoy an added 50% off of your subscription if you decide to continue it once the free trial has ended. Thank you to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video and for allowing me to learn more about MyHeritage and for providing the Unicorn fam with the best deal to do the same. You guys, now let's get back into the video. Alright you guys, allow me to introduce you to the 4 groups. Now, group number 1 corresponds to the Dreams of Gaia Tarot as well as the Rose Quartz Crystal. Group number 2 corresponds to the Tattoo Tarot as well as the Carnelian Crystal. Group number 3 corresponds to the Spirit Animal Oracle deck as well as the Jade Crystal. And group number 4 corresponds to the Ephemere Tarot deck as well as the Citrine Crystal. But the timestamps to all 4 of these groups can be found below in the description box as well as pinned to the top of the comment section. And you guys, these brand new Crescent Moon crystal rings that I just dropped are linked below as well. These are fully adjustable, so therefore they will fit any finger size. And they come in moonstone, labradorite, as well as amethyst. These of course come in ring boxes, and I must say this is the perfect gift to give someone who is into crystals and all things celestial. This is the perfect gift to give someone who's into crystals and anything tarot or spirituality related. They ship worldwide straight from Switzerland, so make sure that you check them out below. So I will now provide you with a little moment of privacy so you can pick the perfect group for you. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a little more time to meditate on the different options, and then I'll be right back to guide you into your predictions. Alright you guys, so by now you've hopefully been able to select one of these 4 groups. I'm gonna get into your 2024 full love story predictions, starting off with group 1, which corresponds to the Dreams of Gaia Tarot and the Rose Quartz Crystal. So if this is the group that you chose, then simply continue watching. And to all of my other lovely groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello my lovely souls of group number 1, welcome to your reading. Now you chose the Dreams of Gaia Tarot in connectivity to the Rose Quartz Crystal. Allow me to just acquaint you with the energies and vibrations of the Rose Quartz Crystal. Now this is also known as the Stone of Friendship and Love, and also romantic relationships, which may be why you intuitively felt drawn to this group and felt like this was a good group to choose for your 2024 love story reading. So I'll put your crystal up here for you, and then we'll get into the start of your reading. I'm going to be going into some great detail, so just as a little disclaimer, take the messages that resonate with you. If anything doesn't resonate right now or just yet, know that it will all make sense in due course, okay? I promise you, in a couple days or weeks, you're going to be like, oh, right, Vanessa mentioned this during my love story reading. So we had a couple cards that popped out while shuffling. Okay, we have a very interesting mixture because you can immediately see the different colors, the different energies. For when we've got earthy energy here in the 3 of earth, then we have the 2 of fire, and then the 3 of water. So it's very clear here within the 3 of earth that the year 2024 is going to be all about planting some seeds for your future, as you can see. And oh, wait. Oh my god, we have another card that revealed itself. Okay, the 9 of fire. Are there any other cards behind these? No. Alright, and then we also had the 9 of fire. Let's get into this group number 1. We were starting off with the 3 of earth, which shows you here in a green setting, being in touch with nature. It's like you've got the same color as the nature around you, which means you're on the same baseline vibration. You're on the same page with your surroundings. And see, you're planting. And you know that what you're planting for this love story in 2024 is something that may not bear fruit immediately, but it's a long-term project. It's like a long-term game for you. Being in a relationship is not something that you take lightly, and finding the right lover isn't something that you want to rush either. That's what I see here in the Three of Earth, and seeing a lot of squirrels. That's one thing that I can see for you for 2024 and everything that has to do with your love story. So if you start to see and notice a lot of squirrels or squirrel symbols as soon as you're done with this reading, you are like, where are all these squirrels coming from? I just want you to know that this is symbolic of the fact that everything you're doing is planting a little something for your love life. Even taking care of yourself, you're planting the seeds for meeting someone and showing them precisely what you expect of the relationship, because your love story is meant to be one where you're treated at least as good as you treat yourself, if not better. We're not settling for anything less, not in 2024. And next up here within the Nine of Fire, and I just intuitively got this message, you guys, before I continue with the Nine of Fire. I said we're not settling for anything less in 2024 than someone who treats us as well as we treat ourselves, or better. If you're watching this in 2023, don't play me, all right, you guys? I'm calling you out right now. Don't say to yourself, well, I still got 5 or 6 weeks until the end of 2023 to be in this situationship. No. Okay, if you're watching this, I forbid it. The Unicorn Mom wants you to rise to the occasion and only surround yourself with people who value you. Don't be around anyone who is giving you a low energy, who is giving you bare minimum. Because what we've got here in the Nine of Fire is someone who is willing to give you their everything, their heart. Look at this rose right here. Why would you want to delay that? Because you're still kind of spending time in between sheets with some dusty, crusty son or daughter of someone that absolutely isn't the one, that you can just tell intuitively isn't connected to you in that way. Because I see here within the Nine of Fire that actually your love story is meant to be with someone where you've got this mind and body connection, and it starts with the mind. It starts with turning you on mentally, with feeling like you've really got someone that stimulates you in a way that isn't just on a physical level, that doesn't just look good or look attractive. Because I definitely see someone who is ripped, okay? Someone who is looking like a snack, potentially longer hair, or they're planning on growing their hair out finally in the year 2024. And they take excellent care of their body. However, the thing here is that they're not just someone that you're attracted to physically, but it's the mental connection. The Two of Fire actually shows us here that you're equally yoked, so to say, all right? You're made up of the same substance, like the same kind of vibe when it comes to loyalty. You have the same ideas and also principles when it comes to love, relationships, and loyalties. You have the same goals when it comes to love and long-term relationships, and just together you make for an amazing duo. So on the external plane, you may look very different from the person that you will end up with, all right? Because we have someone here who is rather on the fair side, who is very well built, who has strong masculine energy. But I want you to know on the inside, your connection is just so much more fascinating than what meets the eye with this person. So that's what I see here for your love story. So your reading is getting straight into all of the juicy details, everything that's coming towards you here romantically, because the developments that we'll have from you meeting this person onwards are probably going to be bigger and more magical than you expected. Here, within the Three of Water, I just want you to know that what this symbolizes is the fact that you are very emotionally attached to creating a future with this person. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? Of course, if you meet the right person, it's a good thing, because that means you're putting an effort to create a future with them. You're putting an effort to make sure that things work out. And I also get this vibe, I'm getting this message of therapy before marriage, therapy before even committing to move in. Therapy before signing a lease together, before investing in anything together. I see a very forward-thinking kind of mindset, and also someone who has no issue with that, because to them it's a win-win. Okay, your love story is with someone who is emotionally intelligent, and rather than feeling attacked or threatened by the prospects of potentially going to therapy, they're actually excited. They actually feel like, you know what, this will only strengthen our relationship. So let's move a little more deeply into the reading, shall we? And you guys, make sure you watch this entire reading, because I have some really fun surprises throughout this reading for you, because we'll be using lots of different tools throughout. So know that we're just getting warmed up. So we've got the Father. This person makes you think of your father a lot, of the person who gave you an idea of what a man, a fatherly figure, a divine masculine person should be. Of course, there are also some of you who are looking to be with a woman, so please apply this to your situation. However, I do want you to know here, as we're reading the Father, that when you think of your father and you compare this to what you've got in your love life, you are asking yourself if the person that you're with would make a good match when it comes to being a parent. You're not settling for somebody who is going to traumatize your children. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You have been through your own set of traumatic experiences, through your own struggles, and you're not going to do that to the next generation, especially not under your roof. So the Father shows us here that you are looking for potential, and not just potential, but actually, let's rephrase that. First, you're looking for potential, of course, for someone who can protect and provide. It doesn't matter who they identify as. You want someone who brings things to the table, especially the divine masculine energy of getting things done. You want to live in your soft era. And another thing is, once you feel like the potential is there, then you want to see action. You're not falling for these narcissists who like to future fake, who like to promise you heaven on earth, but not actually follow through on anything. That is not you, group number one. You want someone who does what they say that they'll do. And the thing here with the Father is that you also want someone who's calm, someone who's impulsive, aggressive, and doesn't know how to handle their temper is a liability to you. You're not here for that. Next up, we've got the Four of Earth. So I do see here in the Four of Earth that you will go in your love story through some of your first trials and tribulations. As you can see here, we have like a little scrape, a little wound, but the number 4 is a number of building and stability. So what this year does for you romantically is it shows you for the first time what a healthy connection is, where you're building, you're strengthening, you're creating a long-term relationship, and you understand that along the way there will be disagreements and arguments. However, these little cuts are not going to overtake all of the building that you're doing. They're not going to overshadow that. You understand that even though there can be little paper cuts, your relationship this time round is not going to be like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. That's what the ending of a lot of relationships usually is, when fights don't strengthen the relationship, but they actually make the bond weaker. They actually kind of create lack of trust. When that happens, you know something's going wrong. Also, some relationships, they start off with forgiveness, with the ability to get through fights stronger and feeling more committed and closer once it's been resolved and spoken about. And you can start to fall into a pattern of actually starting to feel resentful along the way. And that's usually when you really need to think to yourself, okay, you know what? It is time for me to look at my fighting style. It's time for me to look at how I can make sure that we are building rather than just continuing to erode the trust and the relationship. But coming back here to your love story for 2024. This is about building, this is about overcoming the little scratches and obstacles and being very aware with one another of what this means when you're in an argument, what potential damage it could do, but also how it can potentially bring you closer and make sure that you both feel as though this is the most trustworthy and safest situation you've ever been in. Now, next up, we've got love is all around you. This card reads, there is love everywhere, all the time. Simply acknowledge this is truth. And we've also got the number 16 here, and this kind of dance with life in the universe. I know at the beginning it can seem really cringy to do this, but next time you're out and about or you're driving somewhere, just look around and think to yourself that anyone that you meet, encounter, or see, that you have love for them, just for the fact that they are human too, just for the fact that they have hobbies, they have families, they have things that they care about, and not feeling like you need people to necessarily like love you or adore you back, to just freely understand love is all around you and you can love absolutely everybody, also from a distance, you know, if we're dealing with people who are toxic. But that doesn't mean that you have to become this person that closes off your heart or who becomes callous. Not at all. And I would say, actually, if you have been burnt or really mistreated, it can be hard to hear to have love for someone who did that to you. But think of it this way. Literally, the best revenge for someone who has done you wrong is for them to see you not only be successful, but also not have even a sliver of resentment present within your aura and just living your best life, just being the kind of person who was never marked by them, who doesn't carry any visible scars or even psychological scars by what has happened. Next up, we have got spend quality time together. That's the love language for 2024. You are spending quality time with this person. Look at the kissing, look at the romance, look at being on this little boat. So I'm getting Italy vibes here, you know, being on one of those gondolas, listening, talking to each other. I see that 2024 is really for you about like building. We spoke about this here with the number 4, and by the way, this card corresponds to the number 46, and 4, of course, is the number of stability and building. We already spoke about that. 6 is a number of gratitude, family, and closeness in that way. So coming back here to the 3 of Earth, actually, that we received. The 3 of Earth was about planting, but then the 4 of Earth is about the building, the stability. And I see that you're doing this through spending the quality time together, listening, talking to each other, really getting to know one another from a way deeper standpoint than you've ever gotten to know anybody else. And I just see overall here 2024 is a time of romance. It's definitely a love story vibe for you, where you're first building the foundation of something that you truly want to last for a long time. Now, next up here with the 9 of Cups, I want you to understand this is the wish card. This is a card of manifestation. If you are currently manifesting a husband, a wife, a partner of some sorts that you have a very specific idea of. Also, I want you to be careful what you wish for. Let me tell you a little story. I once was manifesting someone who was the complete opposite of what I had. I had a relationship with somebody who was never in their divine masculine, who was very wimpy, who left all of the responsibility up to me, who never stood up to the plate, who never protected, provided. And the thing is, like, I wanted the complete opposite after that. I wanted someone who is even low-key overprotective, could be over jealous, could be over controlling. And I got myself in a really dangerous, sticky situation through sheer manifestation. So I just want you to be careful not to go off the deep end with this 50 Shades kind of fantasies and thoughts of how it could be. Trust me, it's best for you to manifest someone who respects, loves you, and is there for you. Of course, you can want them to be a little spicy, to be a protector and a provider, but try to make the most important thing the love, the respect, the care, and gentleness with you. Next up, we've got the Hierophant. Now, group 1, the Hierophant shows us here that you're actually going to meet the person that your love story will play out with during a time where you're not quite sure what you want to choose for your life, what direction you'll go in next. So when it comes to your career, there will be a crossroads and you're going to ask yourself what to do. Do you do what looks best, sounds best? Do you do what feels best? Because when we're picking careers for ourselves, we also always kind of take into account how it's going to look to the outer world. I think that's pretty normal. I think as human beings, we of course want those around us to feel proud of us or to feel like what we're doing is meaningful. And I see that just during the time where you're kind of figuring out what you want to do professionally in 2024 and you've got some unexpected opportunities before you, that's when this person's going to come in. And the King of Cups shows me here that what they will provide for you is emotional support, is being like a rock while you are going through things emotionally that can make you feel emotional, that can make you feel overwhelmed and all over the place. And how this connection will begin is through you feeling like, hey, this is someone I can really go to. They listen to me, they give me advice, but they don't judge me and they're not pushy and they're super mature and they're the type of person who can also just keep stuff to themselves. The King of Cups shows me as well that it's important for you to keep certain things to yourself too. Okay, don't overshare, group number 1, because if you give it all away right from the start, not only does that take away from how mysterious you are, but if you are too vulnerable too early on, it can be seen as a sign of weakness. So know here in the Queen of Pentacles to sparingly share who you are in love during the year 2024. If you really need to vent and talk to someone, call your mom, your best friend, your neighbor, just speak on a voice note even. But don't start to overshare with anyone that you're romantically interested in too early on, all right? Don't give away the game. Don't give away the mystery. Don't give away your weaknesses. And that's not to say that you will end up with somebody who is going to use your weaknesses against you, but even the kindest, most compassionate, most understanding person will see a little sliver of insecurity or weakness if you open up the love story by talking about what kind of pickle you're in professionally and how you don't know and you're overwhelmed. Try not to appear overwhelmed. Try to keep up the side of you that is as put together as can be. Reveal your weaknesses to those who have really earned your trust and really earned you wanting to actually share these things bit by bit. So what I'm going to do now is I will clear and cleanse the space and we'll move more deeply into your love story reading. So just hold tight and I'll be right back with you. Alright, you guys, we're back and we've got our divination board out. So I want us to figure out more info, alright, so we can get further and more deeply into your 2024 love story reading. And also, you guys, these Dreamy Sips cloud cups can be found on my website in the home section. You guys have almost sold me out of them before they even launched, but there may still be a few left at the time of me posting this video. I'll leave the link below just in case for any of you who are interested. But now let's get into this, alright? I want to figure out what your lucky day is when it comes to meeting your person. So I'm getting this inclination towards Tuesday. Alright, we have this kind of Tuesday vibe as being the day where you will meet the person with whom your love story will play out with. And if you feel like you already have that person in your life, if you can remember what day you met them, Tuesday is a strong indicator for that. That's why I'm going to put your love crystal right here, your little rose quartz. So let's move more deeply into it. Actually, you know what? I'll leave the crystal that you chose up here. And instead, I will just put this little rose quartz heart-shaped crystal on Tuesday. Here we go. Nice and zoomed in. Alright, so let's see what else that we're going to get here. I'm going to get into it with, I'm going to start off actually with some numbers. So let's see what we've got and where we land. Okay, we've got the number 1. There's something about the first day of the month that speaks to this relationship, that speaks to your love life profoundly for the year 2024. It could be that it just allows you a new set of opportunities to meet people. I'll just put your number 1 right here. But maybe you just always feel motivated at the start of the month. The first month of the year would be January, so do know that this is a favorable time for your love life overall, and it may be very unexpected. Oh, okay, we got our Astro Dice rolled onto Sunday in the sign of Aries. Alright, let me just zoom in on Aries for you, and then we'll put it back on Saturday. Here's Aries. There we go. So Aries was on Sunday, excuse me, I think I just said Saturday, but I meant to say Sunday. Now Aries is a fire sign that is ruled by Mars. It's a very enthusiastic, outgoing kind of sign, very energetic, fun, pioneering. So meeting them on the Sunday probably means, you know, going on a hike, doing something fun with this Aries. But we have our true love here on a Tuesday, which is a bit more gentle. I wouldn't be surprised if for 2024 you do meet an Aries that is fun, that's romantically interested in you, but you end up not actually following through with this relationship with the Aries because of various reasons. Maybe you feel like they're too impulsive, they're a little bit too aggressive, too overbearing. Maybe just being around them stresses you out. Believe me, I've had that too, where I was seeing someone and they were just too stressful, like I just couldn't even do my work, you know what I mean? So the thing is, like, you really got to pick wisely when it comes to a life partner, and you got to pick someone that makes you feel safe. Oh, okay, then we've also got the sun. The symbol of the sun shows us here that overall, being in the sun, going out for vacations that are somewhere sunny and bright, I definitely see that that is where your love lays for the year 2024. You want someone whose sun sign really vibes with yours and you immediately feel is a thing. So let's move a little further into this, shall we? I'm also going to use some charms. So I'm just getting out my charm bag right here, trying to make sure everything stays in the frame. So let's pull out a couple charms for you. Alright, so first we've got this like parrot or canary symbol. So this ties in really well with what we had here within the sun. And I would also not be surprised if you see a dead bird or close to dead bird, and you foster it back to health. You help it kind of get back together, get itself back on its feet. And that is where I can see here that your relationship will really bond. This is something that will be part of your love story. Fostering a bird back to life, back to independence during the year 2024 together, a bird that you'll randomly find like on your patio, on the side of the road, in your garden. And I see here that also in connectivity to the sun, you're going to go on some vacations where there are very exotic birds and very exotic bird species that you've never seen before. So somewhere tropical. Then we also have this little Tinkerbell symbol. And here within our fairy or Tinkerbell, I do want you to know that an important part of your love story is attention. Like, you're never going to settle for a relationship again where you feel like you have to beg for attention. And yeah, it is a serious deal to you because you just understand that if someone isn't willingly courting you, paying a lot of attention to you, then they're probably not interested enough to really be seen as a life partner. What do we have next? Oh, okay, we have another bird. So this looks like a little canary. Birds are important. Things with wings, things that can fly, just overall, birds, fairies, and elves. Because we've got 3 different symbols that we received, 3 charms that had to do with wings, with being able to fly. And a huge part of this symbolism is not only for you to watch out for the different flying creatures and beings during the year 2024, as those will guide you in your love life, but also to remind yourself here that this begs the question, are you seeing things from a higher perspective in love? Are you truly seeing your potential to have everything in love and then some? Because settling for less than you deserve is something that you're now seeing from a different perspective. Past relationships you are seeing from a new viewpoint, from a more mature you, and from a place where you don't want to be unkind to yourself anymore by being in relationships that don't honor and respect you the way that they should. We also have some runes here, which I'm going to get into. Just allow me to take a little sip of tea. All right, so let's intuitively pull a rune for you. Oh, okay. Here we go. We've got the rune Rido, or Rado, however you'd like to say it. Rido is the rune of traveling, of going on a journey. Now, meeting someone special on a journey while traveling. All right, we have the tropical birds, we have the sun, we've got a Tuesday, and your heart is on Tuesday for the year 2024. I definitely want you to also know here within Rido that traveling will be happening by air pretty frequently, more frequently than ever in the year 2024 for you. As we already spoke about, how all things flight related seem to be drawn to you for 2024 and seem to really be the thing that makes your heart sing, and seeing the world, exploring. It's overall really great energy for you for the year 2024. I also just want to add a few cards into the mix at this point. I like these tea leaf fortune cards because they are just very specific. All right, so group 1, we have the sun again. There are 200 of these tea leaf fortune cards in this deck. For you to receive the sun, it's no coincidence, all right? You can't make this up. You guys see me shuffle live. None of this is pre-planned, and the sun shows happiness and well-being, moving somewhere more sunny, spending more time in a place where you actually feel like this is a vibe. This is a place I want to be. This is a place I feel comfortable in. And we definitely have you being drawn to this February, March time of feeling happiness, well-being. So the year is going to immediately start off with happiness, with well-being, with love as well, and overall feeling really excited for what's to come next. In the first part of your reading, we spoke about building and also going through like the first fights and things like that. But I definitely see that the start, or how should I say, the beginning of all of the fun is happening very soon into the year 2024. And then we've got the boat. Now the boat shows us money or property through an inheritance, winning, or windfall. This will affect your love story. And I want you to understand that this will affect your love story, of course, in a partly sad way, if it's through inheritance, which means that someone perished, but it was something that was expected, all right? Because otherwise we wouldn't receive the sun. Otherwise we wouldn't have this vibe of, okay, it was expected, it was gonna come, there will be grieving and an appropriate amount of it, but then there will also be an inheritance that's coming your way or your partner's way into your love story that will allow you to do things like invest in a home together, like go somewhere for just a time out because of feeling overwhelmed. And I also just want you to know here that this doesn't just have to be money, it can be property, it could be just an unexpected gift that you're receiving from close family that you just didn't think would come at this point in time. Now, we also have the vine. And the reason why the vine is coming towards you is because sometimes when we're in love and we're in a relationship, we can forget to seek out information that will help. So you have some ideas of what to do with this money, and so will your partner. You know, you'll both have some ideas, some things that you feel you could do with this unexpected money that you received. First and foremost, make sure that you take everything one step at a time and that you're careful. Of course, love is great, trust is also good, but you need control. So if necessary, go to a lawyer, make sure that everything is drafted so that if you're buying a property together, it's very clear how much belongs to whom. If your partner doesn't like it, could be a red flag, okay? If they take it very personally and they have a huge issue with it, it could definitely indicate that this is not someone that you want to include, because the more someone has an issue with these things, the more difficult you know it will be once the day would come where you would split up with that person. And overall, you want someone who doesn't feel like they should get more than you, or like for some reason they don't want to give you something. You know, that's a very you versus me mentality. Whereas you want someone who truly worships the ground that you walk on, because you're naturally the empathetic type. You would give someone the last shirt off of your back. And should there ever be a splitting up, a divorce, a situation in which you have to give someone what they are rightfully owed, you will do that. And the thing is, you need someone who's on the same page. So don't be afraid to involve any kind of legal assistance, like a lawyer, to ask friends and family how they feel, because the vine can definitely be an indication of putting your partner or a potential partner through little tests to see how they react and what kind of person they are. And here the 10 shows that anyone who is really with you for the long term, they will also understand this is just temporary. Like, even not living together and giving each other time to really get to know each other, it's temporary, okay? You've got all the time in the world to move together if you're really meant to be. I would even say, like, spend more time not living together, not being together. I know this isn't what anyone wants to hear, but trust me, if you are meant to be together for like 30 years, keep the fun, spicy excitement of seeing each other first like once a week, then maybe twice a week, then slowly seeing how it is to spend days on end together. Like, stretch that out, because in like 30, 40, 50, 60 years, a lifetime of being together, you will eventually get to the point where you're sick of their face, at least some days. And you will think to yourself, man, I should have really milked that beginning phase that was so exciting, that was so exhilarating, that I was always looking forward to seeing them. So definitely don't underestimate that. And that comes from someone who has been in long-term relationships, short and crappy ones. And I just want you to know here that moving very quickly, again, red flag. Why are they moving so quickly? Are they trying to hide something, mask something? Who are they really? So make sure that here we got that impulsive Aries energy on a Sunday. You're repelling that, okay? 2024 is not an Aries year for you, romantically speaking. So let's figure out what signs that you are compatible with, shall we? I'll get back into this with my dice. So, all right. So we have Sagittarius for one. Sagittarius is also a fire sign, but this is actually a fire sign that is very optimistic, very positive. They are the type of person who is honest. Sometimes they can exaggerate a little bit, but like overall this is a good one for you. Sagittarius sun. All right, so I'll put your little Sagittarius symbol over here right next to the sun. Let's see who else that you are compatible with. So Spirit, please guide us for group number 1. Oh, we've got Sagittarius again. I mean, there's something about Sagittarius for you. If you've never dated a Sagittarius, be open to it, because this is your sign, group number 1. This definitely shows us that there's something about who you are and Sagittarius energy that's meant to be. When these things show up twice, you know it's meaningful. So I also just want to roll the dice one more time for you. I'm gonna have to grab another bowl of dice over here because I was out of Astro dice in that one. So let's see what we've got. Spirit, what is our third and final sign for group number 1? All right, so here we actually have the symbol of, let me zoom in for you, we've got Virgo right here. So it's actually not, there we go, finally. All right, we've got Virgo, and Virgo is definitely symbolic of the fact that you are meant to be with someone who is very meticulous, okay? Someone who is well organized, someone who knows what they want, is analytical and detail oriented. You need that in your life. So we've got Sagittarius and Virgo energy that you really vibe with for 2024, especially romantically speaking. I mean, this is a love reading. So please don't be surprised if these signs pop up, maybe even for the very first time in your love life. And first you may be like, wait, hold up. I'm not used to these signs. I've never dated them. I'm not sure if I'm compatible with them. But just trust and look at these little indicators that we had about your love story for 2024 and use those not only as indications as to what to look for, but everything that we discussed, not rushing, milking the beginning phase, giving things time to be exciting, to be fun, to also be very sensual. Yes, all right, that's the affirmation that we received too. I am patient with myself and others. That's what you want all the way for 2024. Patience with yourself, with others. And the thing is, like, we are not settling for someone who's treating us less well than we are treating ourselves. So for you, you're patient with yourself and with others in 2024, and we expect nothing less from your romantic partner in 2024. Absolutely nothing less. If they are less than that, then they are not enough for you. And it's okay. We don't need to feel bad about saying that someone isn't enough for us. Sometimes it just is what it is, group number 1. Not everybody is going to be enough for you, and that's fine. Because we're all on different journeys, we're all in different places, and you don't need to vibe with everybody. And you certainly don't need to settle for somebody that you're not meant to be with. You have worked hard, you have built yourself, you have created this version of who you are. You don't need to say to yourself, well, but they're nice, or well, he did this one time a couple weeks ago and that was very sweet. Okay, and then? And so what? Because you deserve someone who makes you feel every day like you are the prize and like you're special. So now let's add a couple letters into this reading intuitively. So let me just grab a few. Okay. So let's see what we received. We received, I'll put them down here, T, O, as well as E. All right, toe. Okay, so not to sound really weird, but a toe fetish. Okay, you guys, I said it. We've really come to the point where we are so precise, so detailed, that we are talking about fetishes of romantic partners. This person might have like a toe fetish, a foot fetish. They're gonna like your toes. Maybe they'll even suck on them a little bit. Okay, I said it. And here within the toe, just know that it's definitely a way that you already know when it comes to intimacy what is up. And please, like, come back in my DMs, come back to this video, come back to my channel in 2024 and just randomly tell me, Vanessa, he sucked my toe, or he said my toe was cute, and I'm gonna know precisely what reading this was from, because this is wild and you can't get any more specific, and this is literally one of the funniest things that's ever happened in any of my readings. So let's see, aside from what's going to be happening for you, which is kind of like a little freaky, but you know what? It's cool. Group number 1. So we've got good night. All right. This is something I just want you to remember. The right one is going to say good night to you every single night. They're never going to miss it. So your love story entails telling each other goodnight in a sweet, romantic, very unique way every single night of you knowing each other. And that's just like a ritual that you'll have. Not going to bed angry or feeling like low or down. That's one thing that I see here. And then we've got I can overcome any obstacle. And that's the thing. They will make you feel like you can overcome absolutely any challenge, and that your relationship is really strong. Because if you're like in an argument, or even when you're not vibing with one another, but you still have that ritual of at least saying goodnight to each other, and at least making sure like you've heard from the other person before bed, that's a strong relationship. That's a relationship that's meant to last. That's one where you feel like, all right, this relationship can go through the gutter, can go through some challenges, but we're not going anywhere. So that's what I've got here within this section of your reading, group number 1. So I hope that you enjoyed this part so far. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to clear and cleanse the space again, and then I'll be back and we'll move into even more details about your love story reading for 2024, because I told you guys, this is in depth, this is super detailed, I'm not leaving anything out. And I want you to be as prepared as you possibly can be for the upcoming year. So I'll catch you in just a second. Hang tight and I'll be right back. Welcome back, group number 1. Let's carry on and get a little more deeply into your 2024 love story prediction, shall we? I hope you've been enjoying yourself so far. So we've got Yin as well as the tribe. So I see that female friendships as well as a motherly bond will be super important for your love story in the year 2024. You know why? Because that's where you're getting amazing advice from. That is where you feel like you can just be the little one, like here with this giraffe, and simply say how you feel, what you're going through, what you intend on doing, and then here's some advice from people who have had relationships for longer than you have, who have dealt with love for a while and know the clear telltale signs of when something is working and when something isn't, who clearly know how to be in divine feminine and soft energy rather than being in a state of chasing or even desperation, because that's not what divine feminine energy is. Divine feminine energy is all about simply being in your flow and allowing people to come to you, allowing love to make its way over to where you're sitting, where you're resting and chilling and residing. And in moments of doubt, having your tribe, having people that know you, that you know have your best intention at heart, who you truly understand come from a place of concern and wanting the best from you. Taking advice from those people when it comes to love is often the best route to go, especially if you're unsure. Remind yourself also, when it comes to love, if it's not a clear yes, then that's a pretty clear no. So within poised, the thing here, group number 1, and I just need to be really honest and upfront about this with you, your love story, it's sick and tired of you being with people who don't have class, who don't have elegance. The whole qualm or issue, it's not even an issue, but let me just tell you clearly, you're a very poised, elegant kind of person who comes from a home where you were taught how to behave and how to be in any social setting and look like you fit in, okay, and be the kind of person that can navigate any situation. And you are not meant to be with someone who is just not poised, elegant, who isn't tactful, who doesn't know where there are clear boundaries and lines, that is not for you, group number one. And you have tried to give some frogs in the past a chance. You kissed them and they did not turn into a prince. And after that first kiss, you need to run, all right? Because I do see here within Come to the Edge that the thing that we need to just be very real about is that love is, in a way, a little bit of a dangerous game, because coming to the edge can be scary, meaning if you make a wrong decision or a decision that isn't meant for you, it can have fatal consequences. There's a reason why you're receiving this message right now, group number one, because we have to talk about that. Just think of being in a relationship with someone who is not loyal or very narcissistic, who only cares about themselves, somebody who maybe even has an issue with substances, someone who doesn't have their finances in check. Imagine going off of the rose-colored glasses that you have at the start of a relationship and, for example, immediately eloping or having a child with this person just to find out that actually this is not a kind of environment that you would want your child to grow up in. This is not a kind of relationship that you want to be tied down to legally and financially, because it would just mean misery. And that's where we have to talk about coming to the edge. Okay, coming to the edge and falling off the edge can sometimes be so close. So remind yourself already at the beginning, when you're dating, when you're putting yourself out there, that if you feel something is off or something might not be 100% for you, step away from the edge, because it doesn't take much to go from just meeting someone to becoming infatuated, being in love with them, and then actually kind of dropping the ball on red flags, because the longer you see someone, the more you care about them and the more difficult it gets to break up with them and leave them. So that's where it's so important that right off the bat you start cutting people off, start cutting off those legs before they grow too strong, and someone can kind of run with the fact that you care about them and then get you in a situation where you do feel like now you went off the deep end that you did not want to go down. And it is so important for you, group number one, to also remind yourself of the fact that you have been closer to the edge than you realized, and your guides do always come to rescue you. But it's also important for you to be in line with what you deserve, and what you deserve is stability. What you deserve is not feeling like you're constantly the one who's maneuvering close to the edge, who is just overall in a situation where there is like stress. No, 2024, your love story breathes new life into you. Okay, feeling like you have energy, feeling like you have zest, feeling like a deep breath of fresh air, like a deep stretch. That's what I see here with a new life. And just overall, know that your love story entails feeling like you can finally allow for somebody to lead. Like you can be in your feminine energy and in the art of receiving rather than always being the leader and the giver. You need this at this point, group number one. And new life shows us here that it's just going to be like princess treatment all the way in 2024, and it is well deserved. Not that you have to ever earn it or deserve it, but it's like, man, you have done some unpaid labor. You should be billing people for the kind of therapy bills that you would run up if they actually had to pay for the trauma that they've caused you. But I do also see here within mending that you're doing a good, great, amazing job actually at healing from traumas and from past hurts that you had when it came to love, and also making the connections between childhood traumas and abandonment issues and why you may choose certain people and not others. And then that also helps you to see your pattern and to adjust that. Like if you realize that you sometimes try to pick people who seem more exciting rather than boring, and that ends up in these relationships with people who are super childish and irresponsible, you may have grown up in a household, for example, where there was always something going on that was anxiety invoking. So when there's calmness, you feel like something's wrong. You feel like the next drama is just around the corner, either because you were parentified and you had to lead the household even though you should have been a child. And that comes when the parent is too preoccupied with themselves, their own issues, and is not aware of the child's needs. Or maybe you were in a household where you had parents who were very loud, very aggressive, obnoxious, narcissistic, malignant. And I just want you to know here that this does imprint on us and how we pick our love story. But when we realize why, for example, calmness freaks us out, it's not because of the calmness itself, it's because of what kind of connection you make when that situation arises. And it's different for each and every one of us because it stems from all of our individual experiences, and none of us have the same experiences. We've all experienced different things and therefore react to different situations in different ways. Now, next up within Loyal Heart, the year 2024 brings a love story that is very close and where there's no cheating, there's no infidelity. Like a loyal heart is one of those things that you would put on your must-have list for a future partner. And loyal heart definitely also shows us here that you are not settling for somebody where you always feel kind of off about why they're hiding their phone, why they're bringing it to the bathroom with them, really. And here within higher power, just know that in 2024, you're guided to your person effortlessly. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to bother. You don't need to worry. You simply need to be and focus on you. Focus on living softly. So that means that as soon as you're seeing somebody and you feel like, when are they going to call? When are they going to reach back out? If anything like that happens, it's a direct no. Group number one, direct no, because you're no longer in your divine feminine energy. That's not the kind of person you need. You need someone that always keeps you in your soft energy because you know what to expect. They provide an energy and an aura of safety. They're there for you. They communicate. You know what's happening next. Anyone that puts you in fight or flight mode, direct cut off, straight to jail, okay? And we're not letting them back out. That is a lifelong sentence. Once they fumbled you, they fumbled you. And I see in the Five of Pentacles, hearts are breaking in 2024. There are some subpar candidates that want a little piece of your pie, that want to see, whether the cover matches the internal story in those pages, but you can't let them. You are not a place of charity, group number one. You cannot give everybody a chance who's a little bit nice, or he had a hard childhood, or he went through a lot of trauma in his last relationship. I don't want to hear it, group number one. You are not a therapist. You are not here to give people chances who are, quite frankly speaking, beneath you, who are unhealed. You didn't go through all of this adversity and heal and go the difficult route, rather than drowning your emotions in substances and being mean to other people. You actually sat down and confronted your challenges and your demons. And now you want to go and be with somebody who did not do the same for themselves and for their partner, but instead is unleashing their trauma and their unhappiness on you. No, group number one, absolutely not. Spirit and I are not going to allow this, all right? Let those hearts break. Let those men wish that they could be near you. Let those women that fumble you remind themselves of the fact that, they do still have healing to do, and that's probably what you saw and avoided. Dodge these bullets. Stop trying to save people. Stop trying to take bullets for people who wouldn't even pee on you if you were on fire. Let's be real here, okay? This is some real talk, group number one. I hope you can appreciate it. There's a reason why you guys call me the big sis from the internet, because I will always tell you the truth, even if it's hard to hear. Now, the Knight of Swords shows us here that in 2024, you're slowly developing this mindset and this shift, coming from a place where you thought, oh no, but I don't want to be mean, but I don't want to reject, but I don't want to make them feel bad. You're asking yourself, well, how do you feel? Or how will you feel later down the line if you don't reject this person and they end up breaking your heart? Will they care as much about you and how you feel? And here in the Knight of Swords, I just want you to be very aware of the fact that when it comes to your love story, all right, there is some news that will come towards you every single day. There will be emails, text messages, and calls, constant communication. Okay, your loyal heart and the poised vibe of your love story comes from someone who is emotionally secure and available. Somebody who gives the attention, the information, and isn't afraid to constantly be transparent. All right, and that will help you to mend a lot of the traumas that you have developed from already father wounds taking place in your childhood, love wounds with people who just didn't treat you in a way that felt safe and that was honoring you, and that will breathe new life into you where you become more comfortable even being alone. Because in the past you may have not realized it, but jumping from one thing to the next because you can't be alone for too long, that is a recipe for picking the wrong people. But sometimes we need to go through that in order to realize our worth and our value, and to come to a place of peace once we're alone and remind ourselves how beautiful this experience is. Like you're sitting with yourself in peace. Meanwhile, if you would jump to the next relationship that doesn't serve you, you may be spending this time arguing, this time that you will never get back in your life. You would spend arguing with someone that you're not going to be with anyways. You would spend this time maybe hearing insults about yourself, maybe finding out that they're doing something shady. And when you just know that you're at peace because you don't have to deal with anyone's BS, you don't have to deal with anyone's childish behavior, you will think to yourself, I am so blessed to be alone right now. I am so blessed to be by myself, and I am more than happy to wait for the right one rather than to rush into something that is honestly just going to cause wrinkles, fine lines, gray hairs to sprout, and your skin to lose its elasticity. We're not doing that around here. Not on my watch, group number 1. So group 1, this is your 2024 love story prediction that I've received for you. And I hope that you found it insightful and that you vibed and that you enjoyed this reading. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you. And overall, I just want you to know I'm proud of you, group number 1. I'm proud of you for how far you've come. I'm proud of the person that you are still developing and forming into for the year 2024. And I can't wait to see your love story play out for you. I'm sending you love, group number 4, and I can't wait to catch up with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, group number 2, and welcome to your reading about your 2024 love story prediction. You chose the Tattoo Tarot as well as the Carnelian to help guide you. So just allow me to familiarize you with the energy and the vibes of the Carnelian. This is actually a crystal that brings out a lot of passion, a lot of drive and energy, and that may be precisely what you'll need for your love life for the year 2024. I just want to point out right at the start of your reading that I want you to take the messages that resonate with you and leave anything behind that you feel it doesn't resonate. But do make a little mental note, because a lot of these things will make sense in the next weeks as well as months to you. So don't write anything off, but also I'm going into great detail and not everything may resonate with you at this point in time, just as a little disclaimer. But let's get into it, group number 2. I'm very excited to figure out what's coming towards your love life and what your love story is going to look like. And I would like you to just lean back, relax, and enjoy this you time. You deserve it. And you've been going through a lot. You have already survived a lot of very challenging situations, and being here, receiving this reading is something that just gives you full attention and gives you the validation that you deserve. So let's get into it, group number 2. First up, we've got the 4 of Cups. So the year 2024 will bring a period of also learning to be by yourself. And I don't want you to immediately judge this, group number 2, because of course everybody just wants to hear that Prince Charming is coming tomorrow, or that their relationship will immediately heal and get so much better than it was in the past. But the truth is, here in the Four of Cups, that nothing can be healed and nothing can truly change unless you change. And you're learning more about things such as your attachment style, the way that you like to love and be loved, and rather than being in a mindset of hoping someone will like you, or even adjusting yourself to someone's wants and needs and wishes, you're asking yourself if people are even able to fulfill what you need in a relationship. So rather than being rather anxiously attached to people and looking out for what their needs are and trying to meet those needs, you're becoming very clear about your own needs and realizing that in many ways you sometimes put others' needs above yours, which was detrimental not only to the potential of a long-term relationship, but also your mental health. So not to start this reading off super heavily and like in a psychoanalyzing kind of way, but group number 2, these are just the messages we're receiving, and I hope that you can appreciate my directness and my honesty. So next up here within the Five of Cups, I just want you to know that overall your love story is going to make you so aware of the fact that you may have had a type, and that type is something you're letting go of. Do you see like the tears that look almost like raindrops? We have our chalices here. We have your emotions running high in the sense of realizing, hey, your type may have never actually set you up for success, you know? We sometimes fail to realize that when we have a type or just a certain idea of love, it's not necessarily what's best for us. Just because you think that you like something doesn't necessarily mean that it will end up in a good relationship for you. And I want to give you an example. Like, I, at one point, thought that, well, you know, I like someone who's very dominant, someone who is very masculine, or at least what I thought masculine was, someone who is almost even a little controlling and slightly jealous. And when I got into a super toxic and dangerous situation like that, I was like, man, I really thought I knew what I was manifesting, but you got to be careful. And that's where I see in the 4 and 5 of Cups, you're also coming to the same epiphany and moment of enlightenment like I was, that the most important thing is safety, respect, healthy boundaries, and overall a relationship that is built on trust and self-control as well. I mean, there are too many people out here who lack that. And once you've got that, boom, we've got the 2 of Cups. This is actually one of the most favorable cards when it comes to love in the tarot. I would say it's even the best card about love, because the 2 of Cups shows a partnership between 2 equally yoked people, 2 people who have the same values, the same boundaries, a very similar depiction of what a healthy relationship looks like. 2 people who exude secure attachment styles. So rather than feeling anxious or needing constant validation or being avoidant, meaning trying to push the other person away, you have clear ways of communicating. And I see that your love story is definitely one coming in 2024 after a period of epiphanies, of enlightenment, of realizations. And the 2 of Cups is definitely a huge indication of faithfulness as well. A relationship that in the past you may have almost looked at as boring, but in 2024, you will find a newfound appreciation in these so-called boring relationships, because you're understanding that these are the only ones that have that long-term potential. Everything that is too crazy in love is, well, just as the name states, it's too crazy, and it's not something that's healthy or good for you or that can even work in the long term. So group number 2, your growth is inevitably going to lead you to true romantic love in the year 2024. Next up, we have the Knight of Cups. This was a very telling time for this card to pop right into your reading. The Knight of Cups represents someone with water sign energy. So think Scorpio, Cancerian, or Pisces. The Knight of Cups shows someone who's ambitious, who is definitely still learning about themselves and their own personal journey, but they're the type of person who is ready for a deep emotional intimacy that leads to a relationship that can conclude in marriage, that can conclude in moving in together, having children. This is somebody that you can rely on. This is someone who is not volatile emotionally speaking, so they've got themselves under control. Because the last thing you need, group number 2, is someone who is emotionally volatile. I see in the 4 and 5 of Cups, you have been through your fair share of hurt. My goodness. Like, being in relationships with people who are, you know, the A word, who are a sieve, you know. I need to censor that because we are on YouTube, not on Patreon. And people who are emotionally violent, who are not reliable, who are irresponsible with your emotions. And I just want you to know that after going through all of these things and then meeting someone who's actually secure and safe, you may first even have this weird feeling like, what is going on? Is something wrong in this relationship? Why is it so boring? Why is it so secure? Why do I always actually know where I stand, you know? And that just shines a light on the fact that when you've been through some unhealthy situations, when you have gone through the ringer in love, it really does impact you. It really does kind of put a mark on your emotional map, on your headspace, that is very hard to get out of your system. So it takes time. And I always like to tell people, especially if you've been in a emotionally volatile relationship, or even like one with someone who is super narcissistic or even borders on psychopathy, it is so important to take time to heal, to find yourself again, because if you immediately jump to the next relationship, and I know that that can sometimes be the most calm or in the moment calm thing to do, because being alone may set off your anxiety and you don't want to be alone. I get that. But when you jump from one relationship to the next and each one has broken down your confidence or your belief in yourself just that little bit more, you will spiral into the next relationship that isn't fitting, where you aren't being treated in a manner that is truly compatible and suitable for you. So it is important that you allow for these realizations to come through and to first learn to truly appreciate your alone time. And I see that huge symbols of learning to love your alone time is when you think back of old relationships and you think to yourself, look at me, I'm here tonight in my space, I'm watching my favorite shows, I'm eating my favorite snack, and I'm not in an argument, I'm not being belittled, I'm not wondering where my partner is at, I'm not being stressed out. This is bliss. So when you can truly feel comfortable in your own presence and even compare it to being in a toxic relationship and say to yourself, I'd rather be alone than in this toxicity and childish connection, that's when you know you're ready. That's when you know you've made it. And then when you get to that point, I would even recommend give it just 1 or 2 extra weeks just to really savor that. Of course, going slower is always an option. You don't have to get back into dating super quickly after the realizations and epiphanies that you're first going through the year of 2024. But it is super important that you then also take things really, really slow. I also just want to add some months of the year into the mix. All right, so we've got October that is for some reason very significant for you and your love story during the year 2024. We'll figure out more details about that and why October is significant. And then we also have April. All right, April and October will be those months that you truly remember and love for one reason or another. And we're going to figure out precisely what role that these months play within your love story. So Spirit, what does group number 2's October have in store for them, romantically speaking? Okay, the 2 of Wands. It is time to make a decision for the future. So in October of the year 2024, You'll be making some big future decisions. So that means like deciding to move in with the other person, deciding, okay, you want to get married or start a family, deciding something that needs to be planned ahead. And this is something where it will bind you for years or decades. Certain things like children, even a lifetime. And I see in the Two of Wands that you will have to make the decision that that is your life now and to leave everything else behind. And the Two of Wands just also shows that you're confident in the decisions that you're making during the month of October in the year 2024. And this definitely shows that you've learned a lot from the past traumas, from the past relationships that were toxic, that weren't rooted in safety and mutual respect. And this is something to be proud of, group number 2, for sure. Then in April, we've got the Seven of Swords. I see that you will actually learn some of the sneaky-ish that some of your past lovers have done. So for some reason, you'll come across it. Either they will all of a sudden be dating that person that they told you not to worry about. You know, when you were asking them, like, who's this person? And, like, I have a weird feeling about them. And they said to you, oh, don't worry. They're just a friend or just a work colleague. And you'll see here in the Seven of Swords that they were just full of crap the entire time. And that your gut feeling was actually right. But by that point in April, you will have already kind of detached yourself so much to the point that it doesn't hurt anymore. It might like slightly sting to hear that. It might slightly feel like, see, I knew it, and what a jerk, or what a mean person. But it's not going to actually like affect you. You're going to feel like these people deserve each other. Let's see what else is coming towards your love story in April. Oh, okay, we've got the Lovers. So it makes a lot of sense as to why you don't care. Because to you, you're looking at like any person that picks another person through infidelity. You think like those people really deserve one another. And you have absolutely no feeling of missing out or FOMO. Because you just know, like, when you build a relationship on honesty and mutual respect, that is when it can really last for a long time. And just as we have here with this little judging situation, it's not for you. Okay, you're Alice, because this is the Tarot in Wonderland deck. You're Alice, and it's not for you to judge this person who lies, who gets into a relationship or into a love story based on sneaky infidelity or just moving quickly from one person to the next for a new source of supply and validation. You know that karma and life will do that for them. You know that it might seem like, oh, they're moving on quickly, they're happy again so quickly. But there is a time limit to that. These relationships always are like a ticking time bomb. Group number 2. Anything that is built on just a need to be with someone or to have revenge from an ex, to move on quickly, it never lasts. And I see that you definitely have an ex that is trying to kind of play the revenge card, that is going to try to show you like, look at me, I'm doing so much better, I'm giving her everything that you wanted. And it may, like, at first, as mentioned, you may think, of course you are, and it might sting a little bit. But because you are just in a different headspace and building something so much more meaningful, you also know that it's an act because you've been with this person. And the likelihood of them having done the same with you as they are now doing with the new person, you know, just constantly repeating the same cycle. Because I just want to make it very clear, it can be hard to explain. But the message here is that the people who continuously return into the dating pool are usually the ones who have very avoidant attachment styles and don't know how to effectively communicate and be vulnerable in a relationship. So they will always be in this carousel of switching partners. They will constantly be in a situation where they return back to being single and they move on very quickly because they don't address the root of the problem. They would rather just exchange the person and try to pretend as though the problem was the other person rather than looking within
actually engaging in some self-reflection and realizing like, hey, this is not the foundation or basis for a healthy, long-lasting relationship. So rather than feeling like, oh, they're already dating again, they're already out there again, just know there is a time limit on it. It's almost like having one of those sand watches that are, you know, where the sand is just drizzling down and you know time is up sooner rather than later. And I see here within the King of Wands that an ex who was super arrogant, who made it seem as though they were so much better, like you're gonna miss them, like you're going to regret losing them, someone who is over the top and really does seem very self-centered. It's like the only thing they care about is what's right in front of them, and they let other people kind of like mess with them or dance around on their nose, so to say. But when it comes to you, they always implied such strict rules, but everyone else could always mess with them. So this kind of person, this kind of ex, is going to be going through just like the next cycle of disappointment and rage and heartbreak and a relationship that won't work out. So when you see it on social media in 2024, don't even pay it any mind. Group number 2, just know a lot of it is an act and they are still thinking about you. They are undeniably still thinking about how they fumbled you, and they are not going to admit it, but they think to themselves that they really did lose the best thing that ever happened to them. And the thing is, it's best for you to move on to someone who can meet your needs, i.e. Knight of Cups. So let's talk a little more about the Knight of Cups for your love story in the year 2024. Sorry, you guys, if I'm still filming this in 2023, so sometimes I'm inclined to say 2023. So the next card we received, first and foremost, I just want to say we've got master number 33 here. Then moving on to the meaning of the card, it's appreciating this moment. Every situation is an opportunity to grow and find love. And you are precisely understanding that you're not desperate in the year 2024, but you will put yourself out there organically, like you'll go to parties and get-togethers, you'll strengthen bonds with friends and reestablish connections with old friends, and it will open up a new world for you and a new assortment of possibilities to meet someone romantically speaking as well. Because when you reconnect with friends, you are going out, you're in group settings, and the likelihood of meeting someone new that's very fitting for you is a lot higher in that way. And you see every opportunity not as like a desperate way of seeking love or potentially meeting the one, but you're just going out being yourself and kind of putting all of this online dating stuff on hold for a while because you feel this strong sense of meeting someone through friends or organically at a get-together. And be willing to express love. You are not going to let any past adversities hurt or relationships that went south to affect how that you express and receive love. Okay, so you are still going to treat people as you would have before any toxic relationship encounter, because you're just not going to give any of your exes the satisfaction of feeling like they affected you negatively in the long term and that they are affecting like a good person, a good man Savannah that's coming into your life and then has to deal with the turmoil that they caused. You're not allowing it. You're not entertaining it. And furthermore, I just want to come back to master number 33, which, by the way, is a number of collaborating with other people to make something really big. So I see that your love story will commence through some sort of work collaboration. So doing something that is work related. Ooh, we have a card that popped out. Doing something that's work related is what will connect you to the Knight of Cups, just to finish my sentence. But now we'll get into this card that popped out of the pile, which is the 10 of Pentacles. So getting your act together financially and professionally is something, 3 of Pentacles actually. I don't know why I said 10 of Pentacles, but as mentioned, getting your act together professionally will definitely show this sense of confidence. And in the past, someone may have said to you, well, you know, you're just like a little girl, you're just a little boy. Are you sure you can do all of this? You may have even had partners who put you down or shamed you or made you feel like you weren't as capable as you really are. But when you debunk all of these myths and all of these projections that other people had about themselves, you start to realize you actually don't need any saving. You don't need anyone in your life to act as a like safety net or potential safety net. You've got it all. You can do things by yourself without needing someone to hold your hand. And the best revenge, so to say, for the year 2024 on romantic terms is for you to reach all of the goals that you set your mind out to reach, regardless of what anyone has ever said to you. And I want you to know here with the Three of Swords, that will pain your exes. So in this portion of your reading, we are still talking about some past things or even situationships that are still going on at the time of you receiving this reading. And let me tell you, you think you may have been hurt by a situationship or someone not seeing your value, someone not properly responding to how much love you were putting into the connection. The chest pains that your exes will feel in the year 2024 when they see what's going on in your life. Because group 2, we're not going to block them. We're not going to stoop to their childish level. We're going to let them see everything. And we're going to eradicate them from our minds. We're going to really detach. And I mean, not pretending to be detached, but still checking whether they have watched your stories. But I mean, really letting go of caring whether they watched your stories or not, whether they've changed their profile photo, whether they checked you out on LinkedIn or whatever the platform may be. Really just not giving an F, and they will feel that shift in energy. And trust me, whenever you don't care, that's when they all want to come back. And their chests are going to hurt when they see what's happening for you romantically speaking. And it is so sad and in a way sick how it feels like whenever you're doing amazing, like we have confirmed in the Two of Cups, romantically speaking, that's always when all of the toxic exes want to come back. Even if you're doing well just by yourself, focusing on you, growing, strengthening, becoming the best version of yourself, that's always when they want to pop back in your life. It's almost like they see you doing well and they get pleasure from dragging you back down. But you have grown, you have become wise to this, group number 2, and you're simply not going to allow that kind of access or control over you anymore. And group number 2, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to clear and cleanse the space, and then we'll move more deeply into your 2024 love story prediction. So just hang on tight and I'll be right back with you. Hello, my gorgeous souls of group number 2. So we have our divination board right here. I got myself a little cup of tea and I can't wait to delve even more deeply into your love story. You guys, this rosehip tea is just hitting. So let's get into it. I'll first start off with some astro dice. So let's see what we've got numerologically for you. Okay, we've got the number 10 first and foremost. The number 10 is an important number in the year of 2024 for you. And you remember how in the first part we talked about October, which is the 10th month of the year actually. So I just want to put the number 10 over here on the little October field for you, or you know what, I'll put it right next to it so that you can properly see it. So October is meaningful and I want to see precisely why. Let's add some letters into this. All right, just want to add a few letters into your reading so we can figure out some more details about what's up for October. All right, so we've got G, Y, and M. Oh, gym. All right, so Spirit is very clear and concise with this message. You are definitely not only going to the gym, but romantically speaking, like the gym is where it's at for you. Meeting someone in the gym in October, highly likely if you're seeing someone right now and you met them during October at the gym, I just want you to know here, this is a clear sign that this is a romantic match for you. This is someone who has similar interests, who takes care of their body. And overall, the gym is an important aspect of your romantic relationship moving forward. And I want to just read a little more into this. We'll use some charms this time. I mean, Spirit is really on point and very clear with the messages today. So we've got the Eye of Ra, we've got the Key, as well as, what is this? An elephant. All right. So I just want you to know here that when it comes to the gym, we have someone who pays close attention to your schedule and wants to go with you. They don't want you to be there alone. And they, as we've got here in the elephant, they're wise to the fact that there are other people checking you out at the gym, okay? There are other people who are interested in you. But I want you to know here that with the key that we received, the unlocking of your love story starts with physical activity. And group number 2, get your head out of the gutter. I don't mean between the sheets only. I mean just also working out together. It could be going on walks. We already mentioned the gym, but just overall being healthy with one another, that is an important aspect in your love story. It's a non-negotiable, and I definitely see here that the month of October is what pushes you to spend more time at the gym with your person. All right, so let's use our Astro Dice to see what else is going on, shall we? We've got Libra here for you. So Libra is a strong contender, is a strong person for you to be with during the year of 2024. And I also just want to roll the Astro Dice. All right, here, when it comes to placements, we've got Saturn for you. So Saturn shows us that anyone with Libra and Saturn is perfect for you because they're someone who's very disciplined and doesn't allow any kind of procrastination to get the better of them. And they also motivate you to stop allowing yourself to procrastinate and to commit to some challenges and just get them done. That's what I see here within Libra with Saturn. Now, having this placement also does show us that you're dealing with somebody who is diplomatic, who is very refined. They can be a little indecisive, but once they have decided to follow through on something, there's no going back. So this is the type of person that I see here for an ideal love story for you during the year 2024. Let's roll one more die for you. Okay, we also have the number 7. Now, the number 7 is a number of introspection. It's a number of also, in a way, avoiding feelings. And we had this kind of fall on our little no field right here. So I just want you to understand that dealing with someone who is an avoidant, who is emotionally unavailable, that is a strong no for you, group number 2. That's not a vibe. It's not something that you are meant to deal with. And it's just overall not a healthy situation for you. So avoid at all costs those who are emotionally in a very, very unavailable state. So let's carry on with your reading. I just want to get our pendulum out. So let's see what else that we're landing on here for your love life during the year 2024, your love story. So I'm getting this strong. All right, we've got an inclination here towards days of the week, Tuesday and Friday, also Saturday and Wednesday. Those are good days. Try to avoid Sunday, Monday, and Thursday for dates at all costs. So now I would just also like for us to figure out precisely what kind of like time of the year that we have for you to meet your special someone. Aside from October being a very meaningful month, let's see what else that we're getting here. Okay, we have the incline towards April, which we anyways already kind of discussed. I'm just switching hands to see if we have any Any change, any shift in energy? Okay, so Spirit is saying October, November, and December. Can you see that? Can you see how we're circling by these months, October, November, and December? Those are going to be very telling. Those are going to be the solidifying months of the year. So think proposal, Christmas together, Thanksgiving together, just overall being a real item, really solidifying your love story. That's one thing that I see during those months and why they're so meaningful. And April might just be the start of saying you're officially an item and officially together, which also shows some time between the end of 2023 and all the way to April to learn to be alone, to learn to date, to enjoy yourself, and to not settle too quickly. All right, next up we've got the filled chair. So it is clear that someone is meant to be in your life for sure. Okay, someone new is entering your life in 2024. There is no doubt about this, and they're going to fill up a significant space and role within your life. So this new person we already discussed, their sun is a water sign, and then we also had our little Saturn in Libra situation. Oh, okay, we have a card that popped itself upside down while shuffling. Strong emotion, passionate love or hate. That's what we've got here in the fire. So a passionate year for you in love, a year that will show you just how fiercely and deeply that you can love, group number 2. And it's also definitely a time of you feeling like this is the one. Like, I'm in such a great, fun relationship, and I can't wait to see where this goes next. Okay, we also have the knot. So I want you to know that when plans are unsuccessful with your person, it does kind of hit you. Okay, group number 2, this is not to confront you or call you out, but ask yourself why it's so important for them to have a lot of time. And if you're the type of person where once you're infatuated with someone, you kind of give up a little bit of your life because you're always on ready for them. You're always wanting to make sure you have time in case they want to meet. I just want you to know here in the knot that this is going to not necessarily like make the relationship impossible or jeopardize it, but it's just something to remind yourself that you don't need, okay? Because when we learn to love our own company and not see solitude as something that is equal to being lonely or alone, once we're then connected to someone that we strongly feel is the one, sometimes everything we've learned can just go straight out the window. So I just want you to know here that it will challenge you in ways where you feel this period of frustration and you're like, but I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about being alone, how to be by myself without worrying about what the other person is doing, feeling secure, feeling like I'm really the only one, and not worrying about them cheating or just doing something that they shouldn't be doing. It's completely normal, group number 2. I just want to tell you, this is something that we all battle and struggle with. Our own insecurities, our own attachment styles, the past traumas that we've experienced, the way we saw love being displayed in our families' homes, all of that affects us in the long term. And sometimes these things can resurface even though you've worked on them, okay? Because truly removing them completely out of your nervous system, for some it never happens, and for others it takes like at least years. So never judge yourself for falling back into some old patterns, especially if those patterns are slightly insecure. So we have some runes right here that are going to give us some advice for your love story for the year 2024. So let's see what we receive. All right, so a rune that Spirit placed within our fingers is Pertho. Pertho is the rune of magic, mystery, the divine feminine. The thing is, even if you're feeling a little bit anxious, try not to show it if you know precisely it's like coming from your own feelings and insecurities and that your person didn't actually do something. to kind of like deserve you lashing out on them because of any kind of insecurity. Try to keep the mystery and keep your confidence without blurting out that this made you insecure, that made you insecure. There's a time and place for that, but we also got to remind ourselves love is not just open, clear communication. To a certain extent, it is also a little bit of a game, okay? No matter how mature the relationship is, it is a little bit of a game of keeping things interesting and spicy. And insecurity and overly worrying is just not a part of that. So let's move further into it, group number 2. All right, next up, Spirit has Issa. So Issa shows us here that when it comes to this relationship or your love story in general, there is definitely some sort of standstill that you're going to come to during the year 2024 if you allow yourself to kind of overthink how you feel about, you know, their past relationships, overthinking whether this is for you or not. Just understand here that sometimes we get in the way of something good by overthinking, by overanalyzing, and just get your ass to the gym. Group number 2, stop overthinking and instead focus on yourself, okay? Work out, eat healthy stuff, cook healthy meals. If you are with someone that in your heart you know, okay, this person is secure, they're there for me, they're not playing games, just quit the overthinking. Quit trying to find something that is off or that is not 100% how it should be, all right? It is definitely time for you to simply trust in your relationships and to allow them to be exactly, precisely as they should be. And I'm just getting this strong inclination towards Cancer right here. I will just put this rose quartz heart onto the little Cancerian symbol. Cancer is a very emotional water sign. It is one that is caring, that is family oriented, and Cancer is definitely also just a sign that makes a lot of sense with wanting to be together, keeping an eye on you, doing things such as going to the gym, you know, spending a lot of time in this filled chair at home, chilling with you. They are homebodies. They like to be at home for the most part. And I want you to know overall that this is a sign that will understand you emotionally speaking. They are very in tune with the emotions of their partners, or at least usually that is the case. And this is someone that you can trust with any of your deepest secrets. But I respect myself and my boundaries. It is important that no matter how much you trust, love, and care for someone, that you still respect yourself and your boundaries enough to also be able to say no to them. To also remind yourself that even the kindest, nicest person might lose an itty-bitty piece of respect for you if you don't respect your own boundaries. And it's not because they want to. Sometimes it is just the case because it is human nature to lose a little bit of respect for someone who you can tell has no boundaries. And it doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make you manipulative. It is just human nature that our brains are wired in that way. And also allowing yourself to receive. Giving gifts is a part of your love story. Let me tell you, I don't know why the love language of giving gifts is sometimes so demonized, but I feel like honestly it's just a narrative that some people have created that don't want to give gifts. You know, people who don't want to invest in their relationship, so they try to make it seem as though, well, if you like gifts, you're shallow, or all you care about is money, blah, blah, blah. Don't listen to them. Group number 2, if you saw your partner really wanted something and it would make them super happy, like it can be something simple, like picking up their favorite ice cream, getting them a bouquet of flowers, like getting their car washed or cleaned, getting them a book that you think would really elevate their life. Wouldn't you want to do that? Like, wouldn't it give you satisfaction to get them something like that, to get them that gift? And it's not about the monetary value, it's just the thought. It's the showing them in a material way that love and care and the thought of them is always here. That's one thing that I can see here for you, group number 2, that you get, and you are meant to be with someone who gets it as well. Not someone who tries to make it bigger than it is. And for anyone who tries to say, oh, well, you know, that's just so materialistic. Well, guess what? Look into nature, look at animals. Even animals court their potential partners with gifts. There are a lot of fish, a lot of birds who will collect things, shells, branches. They will build nests. They will do whatever in a material sense to even get the attention of a potential mate, of a potential female that wants to be with them, that will allow them to have offspring with them. And we can't even get these dusty, crusty sons and daughters of people to text us back. So let alone, ever expect a gift. I mean, no, we are not settling for that. We are not doing that, group number 2. That's not what you deserve. If even a bird or a fish can get a gift and can get a material expression of love, then so can you, if that's something that you want in your relationship. So can you, if that is something that you truly feel you need in order to feel appreciated. And there's nothing wrong with it. There are 5 love languages. All of them are important. One isn't more impactful than the other. All right. And I just also want you to know, elephants overall, seeing elephant symbols, I'm hearing that is going to be a reoccurring theme for your relationship. Elephant symbols and also keys. So don't be surprised if they give you some sort of piece of jewelry that either has a key or an elephant symbol on it. Unlocking the next level to being together. That is another thing that the key symbolizes. All right, getting keys of apartments, getting keys of cars, just exchanging things that unlock a lot of closeness and that take trust. That is one thing that I see here for you for this relationship during October. A strong commitment, a strong unlocking of the next level to truly being a forever bond. Now, group 2, I will clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back with you, and we'll delve even more deeply into your 2024 love story predictions. So hang on tight, and I'll be right back. Welcome back, group number 2. So let's delve even more deeply into your 2024 love story reading. I hope you've been enjoying this really in-depth and super personal prediction so far. You guys, I'm taking my sweet time to make sure that you receive all of the information that you're meant to have. So first up, we have the 8 of Earth as well as Union. So let's first talk about the 8 of Earth, shall we? I can see here that what this means for 2024 is, did I say 23 or 24 before? You guys know that this reading is about 2024. As already mentioned, if I mix those up, excuse me, I am just so deeply into the receiving of these messages that I may mix up what year that I was saying, but maybe I also said it right. Moving on. So the 8 of Earth shows us here that there is a profound connection to Earth. So living a little more in the countryside, spending a lot of time in parks and green places is an important aspect of your love story for the year 2024. And I also just want you to know here that the 8 of Earth shows that you're very connected to everything in the earthly realms that has to do with health, your finances, your well-being overall physically. Fitness is really important as well. We already had the message of the gym, and I just see that this mind-body connection, the union, is what will make for a love story that is deeply rooted in safety and also just being attracted to each other long-term physically, because you're both taking exceptional care of your physical status and your physical standpoint. So I definitely just want you to know here within union that when it comes to your love life, there is a huge part of you that has just always wanted to be with a teammate, with someone that truly cares about you, someone that you know just overall you can vibe with, you can spend time with, and that they get you on a deeper, more profound level. And this sort of alignment is something that I see coming into place in 2024. And we also have almost like a heart shaped here. And this union may create a little baby, okay? It may create a wish for a family, even if that's not something that you ever wished for before. It's like we've got one side coming together with another, and here sprouts our little winged offspring baby, if you will. And this transformation from potentially even thinking to yourself that it's never something you're going to do, to feeling certain that with the love you have for someone, what you want to do is create a legacy and a future, is a very beautiful kind of shift in your thoughts and shift in the potential of this relationship. Next up, we have got the Eight of Air. So the Eight of Air shows us here that you're very thoughtful of how you fight in your relationship. I want you to know that you understand that saying certain things will hurt, it will cause pain, and it may have a damaging effect on the relationship in the long term. So you're refraining from that. Self-control is something that's important to you in a partner as well, and because you're someone who has learned how to control themselves, you want the same from anyone that you're with, because otherwise they're just a liability. They're just someone who might detonate the relationship just out of their own ego and just out of their own want and need for something childish like revenge. And I see here in the Ace of Air that you're completely detaching immediately from anyone who you feel has a little bit of a childish or narcissistic vibe to them right when dating, because not only do you not need this, but you've been down this road, you know where it leads, and it doesn't go anywhere. The Ace of Air also shows us here that there's something new that you're going to be looking for in 2024 when it comes to living situation. So you'll go for viewings for places that are in a more natural environment, as already mentioned, like out in the countryside. You're going to open your eyes to new horizons when it comes to that, because you don't want to just like be the same person you always were. You're open to trying out some newness with a partner and also letting them guide the decisions that you're making. Next up, we have choice. And the thing is, you're realizing that more often than not, people wish that they would have gotten out of unhappy relationships way sooner. That the regret that a lot of people express is having spent way too much unnecessary time in unhappy situations that they just didn't belong in. And so I want you to know here within choice that forgiving yourself for staying for longer than you maybe should have or than was healthy, it's okay. I think we've all been there, and it's important to remind yourself, like, yeah, you may have some form of regret, as we can see here with the tears, the crying, but you also need to just free yourself and give yourself grace for the fact that you even noticed it when you did at all. Imagine the feeling, and there are some people out here who have spent like 50, 60 years of their life, basically their entire lives, being with a partner that didn't treat them right, that made them feel smaller than, that completely diminished all of their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations. Because, as we've got here in the snake and the torch, you have to shed that skin in order to grow, in order to move on. And some people are just not in the right environment to be able to shed their skin. A snake needs a certain environment, humidity, and a certain energy level to be able to shed its old skin. And the same goes for you, group number 2. You need a certain kind of environment, mindset, and confidence to be able to shed that. And it's not always present during every moment of your life. It's not always there just like that immediately. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes we feel like, oh, I should have left sooner, I should have seen the red flag sooner. But you got to also like remind yourself, it is a learning curve, and it doesn't make you stupid or someone who didn't leave on time, that you try to give someone the benefit of the doubt, or that you try to first see through the potential of the relationship because you didn't want to let go of something that could have potentially been amazing or potentially been like a forever connection. Even if you look back now and you're like, that is completely delulu, this person was so toxic and not for me. It's fine. To get to that realization, we have to sacrifice a little bit of time. We are in this era where there's so much about this productivity mindset and being effective, but we also got to remind ourselves that in order to even learn, we have to make mistakes, and making mistakes and coming to realizations requires time, and it may seem ineffective, but it's actually the most effective thing that can happen for you. I see here within hope on the horizon for you, group number 2, that there is a lot of hope here for your future when you are in this space of not being played with. You're not in a space where you're even discussing your non-negotiables and your bare minimums. I see here within hope on the horizon that when you think back to relationships and who really had your back, I mean, you were the one who always had your own back. So there's no one here that is doing something for you that you can't do for yourself, group number 2. And when you realize that and find the inner strength and find the inner confidence to lift yourself out of anything that isn't serving you, you will know like all you really need is a good tribe that understands you, meaning close friends and family. Romantic love is one form of love of many others, and unfortunately the media and TV and even music tries to make it seem as though romantic love is the epitome of happiness and is the most important form of love that there is. But group number 2, I'm here to tell you it is not. It is one of many, and it's not something you should feel pressured into settling into when you know it's not right, or when you know that you deserve better, or feeling like if you don't have romantic love, like something is wrong with you, or like obviously you need to work on things. Like that is just your emotional baggage speaking. That's the next card we received here, emotional baggage. Now, we all have emotional baggage. We all have insecurities and traumas that we're bringing with us. But the thing is, like, let's also not forget that the person you're dealing with that you maybe put on a pedestal, that you romanticized so much, they also have emotional baggage, okay? They are also not perfect. They also struggle with things that make them imperfect, or in some cases, even someone subpar to be with if they don't work on this baggage and this trauma. So don't forget that where you are potentially seeing someone as being perfect, or you'll never find another person like them again, they too have imperfect aspects, just like you do. They're not better than you. They are not rarer than you are. And really, you deserve a connection where you both feel like, oh my goodness, if I mess this up, I will not find a connection like this again. If it's one-sided, there's already something that should make you think, this is not by choice the relationship that I want to be in. So the journey, which we see here from the Wild Muse Oracle, shows us that 2024 will take you through a journey of self-discovery, a journey of finding love, exploring love, and also getting comfortable in a healthy kind of love. Catching yourself during some healthy interactions with another person thinking, oh my goodness, I was so used to toxic that I completely forgot what a healthy relationship could look and feel like. And coming to all of these realizations quietly without oversharing, I see that that's definitely a big part of 2024 for you, like not oversharing, not feeling the need to over-explain anything, and just like silently growing, silently saying to yourself, I've come so far. There's so many awesome traits about me, and on this journey I will grow in silence. I will have these realizations, and some of them I will also keep to myself. Next up, the card that we receive here is the Ace of Wands. So when it comes to your love story for 2024, you're starting something completely new that you're passionate about again. So it could be singing, dancing, acting. It could be planting, for example, like gardening work is what I meant to say. Just overall something that sparks joy and brings out a really fun version in you. And you will experience this during the start of the year. You will experience this during the self-growth phase. And that's something that will make you very attractive to the future partner of yours, because they can see you've got your own life. You're not waiting for anyone to come into your life. Next up, we've got the Star. Now, the star is actually a card that corresponds to Aquarius of, zodiac signs, and it does show that a revolution is taking place in the year 2024 for you. And it connects closely to the Hope on the Horizon card from my Wild Muse Oracle deck. So know here that the star shows us that no matter what you've been through, no matter how many times you kind of felt inadequate or like you weren't sure if you're meant for love, if you're deserving of it, if you're going to receive the kind of love that you want. Group number 2, stop doubting yourself. Group number 2, stop doubting your own star qualities as well, because you've got them and you deserve to display them. You deserve to exhibit them. And the thing is, once you find the person that sees it and values it, sky is the limit professionally, but also romantically speaking. Overall, I definitely get this vibe of 2024 being a very kind of personal journey through love, where, okay, you might find the right person, but that's just kind of like a side product or a byproduct of how much of your own growth that you're doing and how much stronger you're getting at setting boundaries, because you know the only way to form a healthy relationship for the long term is not by compromising your boundaries momentarily in order to make sure the person stays around and doesn't run away. It's by actually being yourself and then asking yourself if the person that you're seeing has the adequate emotional intelligence to meet your needs and to be there fully as a supportive partner, as a partner that you can lean and depend on, or whether they're too focused on themselves or kind of lack the qualities that you need. Because I feel like in this day and age, we often almost like demonize the person who has needs, who wants to be called back, who seeks out emotional stability, rather than just saying, you know what, that person has those needs, rather than telling them, well, just like don't text him, don't call him, just wait for him to call you, see when he texts you. There's no point in making someone pretend like they're okay with that. If you want somebody that is constantly keeping you in the loop, who is emotionally available, who gives you secure attachment style vibes, those people are out there, and we shouldn't make potentially anxious attachment style people, if that's what you are, or just people who overthink, have to settle for individuals who have absolutely no interest in just making you more comfortable and giving you that little reassurance. Because all it takes often is really just like one text. Like if you're overthinking about where your partner is, your husband, your situationship, and they just tell you, hey, I'm here with so-and-so and I'll call you later, or I'll be on my way to you as soon as I'm done here in like an hour, 2 hours, whatever the answer is, that already your nervous system is calm. Your nervous system is already in a place of contentment and peace. Of course, we want to make sure that we are not dependent on them for peace, but sometimes we just need that. We're not perfect. And for you, it's about being with a partner who not only realizes that, but who wants to give you that. Someone who sees, hey, it's so easy to make them feel at peace. Let me just do that. Because I love them, I care about them, I want them to be in a peaceful state. Because the kind of partners who don't give you that, the kind of like dates that are hot and cold, that make you on edge, it benefits them to keep you on edge. That's why they're even doing it. If it would benefit them to have you be clear-minded, to have you in a place of comfort and self-confidence, then they would do that. But you being on edge, being a little uncomfortable, feeling a little insecure, that has you compromising your boundaries a lot more than if you were confident and secure. So remind yourself who this benefits. And also, once you realize that, you may even come to this epiphany where you're like, I'm going to take this power from this person away completely. I'm not going to let anyone put me into any kind of unstable, insecure state of mind, and also I'm just going to walk away, because the fact that they even did that in the first place, that's not the kind of person I want to be with. Like, just little side story, you guys, I was in a situation where like the person was capable of some things that were to me very emotionally violent, And even if you were to apologize, even if you were to say, I want to work on it or whatever, it's a done deal. It's sealed. There's nothing to work on. The fact that I know that you're capable of this emotional violence and instability, you're already out for me. Because I'm not going to risk my sanity and my happiness for someone who shows that they're willing to ever put it at risk. For someone who shows that, in a way, they're not so fearful of losing me to reel it in when they've actually gone way out there beyond the limitations of what is acceptable to me. And once you've done that, you're done. You're out. I'm good on you. And that is something that I see you developing more and more of, a kind of mindset of, you know what? If you couldn't do it now, you won't do it when I desperately need you. You won't do it when I'm sick, when I'm giving birth to a child, when I'm going through a loss of my job, financial hardship, when the relationship is actually on the line. If someone already now is showing you that they're not capable of being there for you and you've barely been through anything, or it's just the beginning of a relationship, run. It's not going to get better. And that is just a little piece of closing advice I want to give you for group number 2. You're not crazy. You're not expecting too much. You're just asking the wrong people. Remind yourself that a lot of the people in the dating pool are also emotionally unavailable. That's why they keep popping up in the dating pool. And a lot of emotionally secure and available people, they're cooped up in long-term relationships. So it's normal that you're going to have to meet a few more people, go on a few more dates until you find the right one. Don't get attached in the meantime to people who are not it, to people who are not providing the kind of security that you desire in order to feel confident in entering into a long-term commitment with them that is maybe even legally or financially binding. So group number 2, I hope that you enjoyed this very deep and real reading. I hope that you found it insightful. Make sure that you let me know in the comment section how you liked it. I hope that you feel fully prepared and that you've got the clarity you were seeking for your romantic year 2024. And you guys, thank you for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. And I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my lovely souls of group number 3. Welcome to your prediction about your 2024 love story. You chose the Spirit Animal Oracle deck in connectivity to the Jade crystal. Allow me to just get you familiarized with this crystal and its energies and vibrations. So especially in the eastern part of the world, Jade is known for prosperity and good fortune. So this is a very lucky crystal, which is already a sign of what's going to happen in your love story. It's going to be more prosperous than you expected, group number 3. And there's a reason why you intuitively felt drawn to this specific group. And I'm so excited to figure out all the nitty-gritty details for you. So lean back, relax, and enjoy. I just want to point out that we're going to get wildly specific, so take what resonates, leave what doesn't, and just allow us to delve deep. So first we've got the Canary Spirit as well as the Chameleon Spirit. So with the Canary Spirit, I want to add a month of the year to this. Okay, in June, you're doing your own thing in June, meaning being very outspoken. And I see here that in May, the thing is that you're unbothered during the year 2024 when it comes to love. And that is precisely what attracts people to you. We'll start off with the Canary Spirit. So doing your own thing in June, meaning saying what you will put up with and what not. And if someone can't adapt to that, you're out of the door, you're leaving. That's the kind of vibe I see here mid-year, because you're nobody's doormat, group number 3, and you're not going to put up with subpar behavior or bare minimum kind of effort. Furthermore, as we spoke about very briefly in the Chameleon Spirit, and the fact that in May, even if you're not seeing anybody, or even if you don't feel like you have your forever person, you are not allowing that to make you feel insecure in any way, or make you feel like, oh, maybe I should just settle for this person. Nope. I see here in the Chameleon Spirit that regardless of who's before you, regardless of whether they are the most attractive, richest, most intelligent, most wealthy person on the planet, it doesn't matter. You will still stand your ground. You will still act in precisely the manner that you want to, which shows that you consider yourself as high value, worthy of respect, extremely lovable, extremely intelligent, and you are only putting up with partners who reflect that same belief in you back. And it doesn't matter what kind of accolades they have, doesn't matter what family that they come from. You will just grab your dignity and go unless you are really feeling like, okay, this person gets it, this person appreciates me. So next up we've got the starfish spirit and the wombat spirit. This is where it gets interesting for the year 2024 for your love story. So the starfish spirit shows that because you simply have your boundaries, your wants, your needs, your non-negotiables, that actually makes you open to infinite possibility. I know, it seems a little counterintuitive. How would more boundaries make you more open to possibility? Well, the thing's this, group number 3. When you've got a set list of boundaries, things that you will and will not accept, that means that you weed people out very quickly who are precisely that, weeds. You know, you immediately remove the ones that are incompatible with you, which means that you also are able to move from relationship or situationship, getting to know someone, you're able to move very quickly on to the next. And just as a disclaimer, that doesn't mean you're being promiscuous. That doesn't mean that you're sleeping with every one of these people or being intimate with them. Not at all. It just means that when someone isn't in alignment, you move on like that because you don't need to stick around. You already know that it's not it. And I see here within the wombat spirit that what that actually does is it makes the time frame between being single, on the lookout, trying to find the right one, to actually finding your forever person, it makes it a lot quicker because now you're not wasting months or even years of your life stuck in a situationship or a relationship that deep within just, you know, doesn't feel right. I also see here that in July, that's when you're going to be at home. That's when you're going to feel at home. Like, okay, I've now landed in a place where I am valued, where I'm respected. I also see going on a beach vacation. All right, going and having some fun in the sun, all expenses paid. And because you remained open to the possibility of not only finding someone who loves and respects you, but also someone who is equally as successful, who has aspirations, who has things going for them, you end up literally being in that relationship that you envisioned in your head because you didn't settle for less. And I know it can sometimes seem daunting when you're kind of curbing person after person, and you may even feel like, gee, am I like not giving people chances? Am I letting go too quickly? Trust me, group number 3, you're not. I've never, ever, and I've been doing this for a long time, heard of someone say, oh, I wish I would have stuck around longer after I had a gut feeling that it wasn't it, to figure out whether it really wasn't it. It just never happens. However, what always happens, or let's say 90% of the time, is that people say, I wish I would have left sooner. I wish I would have just packed my things and gone. I wish I would have just packed up that dignity, put it in my suitcase, and rolled it on out of the door and left that person's life. So remind yourself here in the Ace of Cups that what we have is a lot of new beginnings for you in love during the year 2024. There's not just hope on the horizon, there is success in the air. All right, that's what I'm smelling for you, group number 3. Okay, I am smelling the scent of success, the scent of the relationship that is Instagrammable, that is like the Pinterest board of your dreams. And it's not just coincidence, it's not luck, it's not, oh, well, you know, everyone says that in these readings. No. Group number 3, you know what you've been on and you know what you've been through. You know that you're coming to the point where you're just not playing games anymore. You're not going to accept people's crumbs, you're not going to accept people's BS. Either you got it, you got the respect, you got the materials, the funds, the time, the effort, the love to give, the emotional availability, or you don't. And if you don't, then we're gone. The Two of Cups is one of the most favorable cards when it comes to love. I would say it's actually the best card when it comes to love in the tarot. And for all of you wondering what this super cute, kawaii themed deck is, this is my Pastel Journey Tarot deck, which you guys have almost sold me out of again. I believe this is like the 3rd reprint, It's linked in the description box and it ships worldwide. It is one of a kind. Look at these holographic edges. It also comes in a beautiful magnet box and with a guidebook, so even if you don't know how to read tarot, don't worry, everything's explained there, and it's super beginner friendly and intuitive. But anyways, coming back to the Two of Cups, there is definitely a relationship on the horizon in 2024 for you. We had the new beginning with the Ace of Cups. Now we're solidifying that here in the Two of Cups. Someone who gets you, respects you, likes to go out to nice coffee places with you, have boba with you, and someone that you just see eye to eye with, and the happiness that you have within. You're not telling them how grateful you are because you don't want to like overdo it, but internally you're pinching yourself all the time, just thinking in your head, wow, I'm so happy that I took the time. I'm so happy that I didn't settle, because look where that got me. Look at this amazing person that I have before me, and I almost thought that I should settle for Chad or John. Meanwhile, they were just giving me crumbs. Meanwhile, they weren't even valuing me, and look where I am now. The Ten of Pentacles, I mean group 3, this is the most amazing reading. The Ten of Pentacles shows that everything is flourishing, especially financially as well in your home life. Your health is going well, your schedule is on an all-time high, which means you have enough time for work, for your hobbies, for friends, family, and love. Shows 2 little pups here, okay? Adopting fur babies together. Having all of your bills paid and still having some money to play around with and shop with and do the things that you want to do. The Ten of Pentacles is a card of fulfillment. It is a card that just says overall, I've made it. I'm at a point in my life where I'm comfortable. And so combining forces with the special someone is definitely leading you to this during the year 2024. Then we have the Four of Wands. I mean, the depiction says it all. You're building. You're purchasing a home together. The Four of Wands shows here that what you're doing is you're creating things together to last for a future. Once you know that this is the right person, you just know. And there is mutual support, love, you're hugging each other, you're there for each other. Also, one thing that I'm just sensing is dance classes for whatever reason, but maybe you're also preparing for a wedding, you know, because you want to be able to dance at your wedding. And I do just see here overall there's building, and they are bringing funds to the relationship that completes what you needed in order to construct your dream life. Okay, your dream home, your dream vehicle, your dream lifestyle. And one thing about being in a relationship with somebody who is a provider, someone who's financially literate, is that it gives you such a sense of relief and of being able to just be calm and feel comfortable, and your nervous system gets a break because you're not constantly worrying about what if things don't work out, what if this doesn't go how I wanted it to be. And this change in the wind, whew, group number 3, your reading is a breath of fresh air. It's a change in the wind in the most positive way. And if you've been through the ringer, you've been through some low down, dirty situations with people who just did not give an F how it affected your nervous system. They just did not care how their terrible actions and their bad behavior would impact you in the long term. The kind of bills, therapy bills, that would pile up because of them. That is over. That is long gone, group number 3. The change in the wind brings you a completely different life. And as I mentioned to you earlier, I smell success. I smell some fresh wind. I smell a situation in which you just feel at home. You just know this is the one. My soft girl era has begun. That's what I'm smelling here, group number 3. Literally. Can you smell that? It's literally in the air. Next up, we've got new life. So new life just gives us the complete backup of the fact that everything we've just said, it applies. You're starting your new life during the year 2024, romantically speaking. Your love story is going to leave you feeling like you can stretch out in the morning, you can go to work if you want to work, you can stay at home if you want to stay at home, you can pull off some shenanigans, you can be good, whatever you want flies. and you deserve this treatment. You have put up with too many unhealed people and situations for you to continue going down that route of your nervous system just working against you, and in the end, potentially even becoming chronically ill. You're choosing a different destiny for yourself. The struggle life, if some people want to do it, they can do it, but you are out, group number 3. You had your time of struggle love, struggle life, supporting someone through the bad times just to find out that they were cheating, that they didn't respect you anyways, that the relationship wouldn't work out. You did your time. Now we are free, and with this newfound freedom, we are picking what's best for us. Relationship patterns, that's what we received here within this deck. It takes strength to recognize the need for change. Precisely. Group 3, I want to congratulate you because it does take a lot of strength to also just look yourself in the eye and say, you know what? You picked some people that were beneath you. You did some things that harmed you. And you believed in people who were deceitful to you. But the thing is, on the inside, you've got a good, pure, and kind heart. And that's what truly matters. And yes, there is a need for change. And you are recognizing this. There is a need to stop feeling sorry for people and thinking, yeah, but they were nice, but they did this, but they did that. If they were in the same position, do you think they would take you on if you were a huge project? No. So why have you taken on huge projects in the past? You're the prize, group number 3. Never forget that. And I see here that you're breaking the relationship pattern of being in any kind of connection that doesn't deem you as the biggest prize that this person has ever seen. Next up, we've got new love. I mean, we already mentioned this within the Ace of Cups and the Two of Cups, that there's new love coming into your life for 2024. Embrace this opportunity for love. And I just want you to know here that not only will this grow you on a spiritual level, but as already mentioned, everything material and financial will grow as well. Not just because the other person is bringing things to the table when it comes to materials, but also because the more freely you can choose to focus on your work, the more things will flourish because you're not uptight, you're not stressed. You will be able to make more money than ever in this healthy relationship setting because you're not constantly worrying, you're not constantly overthinking. That's precisely what you needed, a partner that is just there to hold space, that is there to spoil you and make you feel like you don't have to. But you still will, group number 3. You're a hard worker. You want to have independence regardless of how someone takes care of you and looks after you. And so you are actually going to do better than you ever have professionally due to this freedom. Next up, we've got you also collecting an extensive amount of crystals. Group number 3, you have moved on from fast fashion, from skincare that is filled with toxins, and from makeup that you don't need. Next, with Connect with Crystals, you are actually initiating buying all of these beautiful stones, connecting with them, spreading them throughout your home, because to you, that is your new era. That is the new cycle of you. Having items and decor that is meaningful, that has healthy energetic vibrations, and that makes you feel protected, that cleanses your space. And then we've also got use your hands. So not only will you of course be using your hands when it comes to handling your crystals and your home decor, but in 2024 you will also find the time to get into some hobbies in which you are using your hands, such as pottery, such as coming back to playing an instrument. And I just want you to know here that using your hands is actually something that you will do a lot of romantically as well. Get your mind out of the gutter, group number 3. But think sensual massages, think just being kind to each other physically and spoiling one another. Here within sync with the moon, your body and its natural cycles are going to be of peak interest to you, group number 3, for whatever reason. But I want you to know that when you realize how you react and how you handle situations during full moons and new moons, how that changes your emotional patterns and also the way that you react to others and the reactivity level, you will be able to schedule certain appointments during certain times of the moon's cycle. So you will know that, for example, a week before you're on your moon, if you're someone with a womb who menstruates, that's not when you're going to start planning to do things that are high stress, because you already know you'll be emotional. You'll be all over the place. You will feel kind of like very on edge. So that's what I mean with being in sync with the moon and planning with the moon. And that's what you're doing because you have calmed yourself in love to a point where you can focus on your body's natural cycles. You're not with anyone's son or anyone's daughter who's just stressing you out all day long, which actually allows you to focus on what matters, which is health, well-being, creating a lifestyle for yourself that you're happy with, and also giving back through your career and the services that you're able to provide at an extremely high level. Now, group 3, this is the first little portion. I will now clear and cleanse the space, and then I'll be right back with you so we can move more deeply into your 2024 love story prediction. So just hold tight. We'll get into some more details about what's coming towards you. Hello and welcome back, group number 3. So we'll delve even more deeply into your love story reading for 2024. You guys, this rose hip tea is sending me. But anyways, you guys, we've got our little divination board here that will help us figure out some more insight of what's coming towards your love story for 2024. So let's start off with some charms too, all right? Let's see what Spirit has to say for group 3. So I will intuitively take your charms. Oh, we've got a little piece of fabric here for whatever reason. And just drop them on your board. All right, so here within our charms we had the butterfly, we had a crescent moon with a heart, as well as a rhino. So what we have is a definitive yes for a romantic situation that is overall helping you to transition, transform, and become an upgraded version of you. That's the kind of partner you need by your side, someone who upgrades you, someone who allows you to spread your wings, to grow, to become a version of yourself that you're proud of. And also these charms landed on a big fat yes, as well as check again. So we're going to add some more charms into your reading, all right? Allow me to just pull some out of this. Allow me to just pull some more out of the bag. So let's see what we've got. All right, we have a little Tinkerbell fairy charm that landed on Scorpio. So if you are a very needy Scorpio, then you know precisely that this reading is calling you out. Also, Scorpio placements in Venus, Mars, for example, that's where you know, like, you're a little Tinkerbell. You're the kind of person who's going to ask your partner, babe, can I die from not getting enough attention from you? Like group number 3, don't even try to deny it, okay? And I just also want you to know here that getting along with intense, magnetizing Scorpios is a big mood for you for 2024. I want to add some numerology into your reading too. All right, so our little die actually landed on the number 2, which is a number of partnership, which is a number of being together. The number 2 here in connectivity to February, I just want you to know the second month of the year is a meaningful one. You're most likely already going to be going on a Valentine's date then. And overall, the vibe is definitely one of finally being in a committed relationship. And then we also have the symbol of Aries for you. And Aries fell on March, as well as the letter U and V on our divination board. So Aries is a fire sign that is very out there, can be extremely energetic and pioneering, assertive. These are people who are more often than not CEOs, for example. I want to add another placement
Oh, okay, we've got the sun. All right, sun in Aries. That's one thing that I can see here that's important for you, group number 3, in your reading. Sun in Aries. That is the vibe we're getting here. Sun in Aries in March. Interesting, isn't it? And I just want you to know here that your love story is one that is both spicy and close, at the same time adventurous. It has a little bit of everything, right? The Scorpio energy is a little mysterious, it's a little emotional. Then we've got Aries energy, which is highly adventurous and just a little bit all over the place at times as well. And I'm just getting this vibe of you being with somebody who has the best of both worlds. Let's also add some letters into your reading, group number 3. So I will intuitively grab some for you. All right, so we've got R, D, as well as a blank rune. Okay, I like this little doctor situation. Don't be surprised if you date a doctor of some sorts. That's one thing that I can see here for you. Let's see what else Spirit has to say. We also have T as well as F. All right, and O and A. Okay, interesting. We have doctor, but we also have road. Does anyone else see that? And then we've got a blank space, and we've got T and F. So meeting them on a road that has the letters T and F in it. And overall, I want you to take this little piece of information, make sure that you write it down somewhere or save it somewhere, because I love when you guys come back and tell me that things went precisely how we spoke about them within your readings, and to just affirm and confirm what has happened in your love story for the year 2024. So let's move more deeply into it. We've got the fox. All right, so the fox shows me here that the year 2024 love-wise is going to be a year of strategy. You have done the whole real love thing. You have done the whole trying to be someone's ride or die, but now you're about strategy. You understand that you can have true love while still being treated well. You can have true love while, for example, being financially free and abundant. Other people have done it. Why not you? So the fox shows us that you're strategically also picking someone who doesn't have any issues with substances, who doesn't overindulge, and who's kind of, in a way, let's say like golden retriever boyfriend kind of vibes, all right? Or golden retriever girlfriend, however you'd like to call it. Next up, okay, we've got the bag. Now, in pop culture, getting the bag is symbolic of getting wealth, right? Of getting money, so to say. But the bag here in this deck represents something important, like a new job or a raise for you. And we already spoke about how this relationship is helping you to level up. This relationship is helping you to do better, to make more money, and overall you'll have more with what they're bringing to the table. And two people living together is usually cheaper than, you know, a person living by themselves. So that's where I can definitely see here that there is a shift that allows you to just feel a lot more at ease about the finances. Next up in the wheel, indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. So beware here, once you've got everything, to not feel like you're kind of stuck in this wheel or in this golden cage of not being sure what to do. Keep your hobbies. Those are the most important things about you and the thing that your person fell in love with to begin with when it came to you. And your hobbies and interests, all of these personal things are a huge, huge part of your relationship and of your love story and what made you attractive. And it's important you keep that going. Furthermore, I want you to look out for something when it comes to your love story with your person. So when you get to know them and you're like, okay, is this the right person for me? I just want you to know here that when it comes to their lifeline, it is going to be extremely, oh, by the way, this is just their hand, right? So you'll be looking at their hand and you'll see here that their lifeline is super entrenched
Like they will have a very strong lifeline, and they will also have a line of fate, which is rather rare. Okay? And their fate line too will be pretty deep. It will be pretty well pronounced, and it will have a lot of like little fine lines that are going in all directions away from the line of fate that they've got. And their hands, while they don't have hands that are like super rough or, you know, like in any way super calloused, they're not purely just computer hands. Like they do have like a nice little grip to them, if that makes any sense. So they're the kind of person that has big hands and whose hands have these profound lines that I just mentioned to you. So look out for that in your person, group number 3. All right, let's add just a few more pieces of information into this for you. All right, we've got the King of Pentacles. Now, the King of Pentacles shows us someone who is at the top of their game, who is in control of assets, finances. So this person most likely comes from an affluent background, and they have inherited or have been passed down some riches from their family. And this is definitely something that gives them power, that allows them a lot of like exclusive invites to different places, and where you can see that those around them fear and respect them more than they would like a regular person. So legacy and heritage is an aspect that comes into play here with your 2024 love story. And also the King of Pentacles shows us that the person that you are meant to be with is somebody who is not to be played with business-wise, okay? They are a very cutthroat kind of business person. They don't play when it's about their business, group number 3. They really don't. Oh, and by the way, you guys have almost already sold me out of these Cloud Dreamy Sips cups before I even got them in stock, because at the time of me filming this video, they're not even in stock, and I think they're almost sold out already, and I haven't even properly plugged them. So if you're looking for these cups and saucers, they're so cute, so adorable. Let me just show you a little more close up. This is the pearlescent white one. There's also like a pink version of it, as well as a very citrusy, beautiful yellow one. You can find these on my website, you guys. They ship worldwide, and they're just the most amazing quality ever. So if you're looking for something very unique to just have a more fun and very kind of nice morning routine, then check these out. So moving further into your reading, we've got the Fool. So I can see that for your love story, the year 2024 will bring you jumping into something new and unexpected. You're going to be a little naive about it, because you're going to think that this person is a little less experienced than they actually are, but you can play games with this person. They are very much into their negotiating skills. They can see right through any person. If you want something from your future partner, just ask them. Playing games is going to get you nowhere, because they're going to know exactly that there's something on your mind, but you're not saying it. And they prefer straight shooters, because everyone always tries to play with them. Everyone always tries to get something from them. So they want, at least for the person that they're with and that they adore, to be very real with them and straightforward. So next up, we've got the Three of Swords reversed. So this is the opposite of heartbreak, because the Three of Swords upright, would hate to break it to you, but that would be symbolic of heartbreak. However, we did receive this card in reverse. You will be spared of heartbreak during the year 2024. Isn't that awesome? Group number 3, isn't that a nice little shift? Isn't that a nice little adjustment for you? I would say it definitely is. So look forward to this year of love. Look forward to this year of being treated in a manner that you deserve to be treated all along, but it's finally your time that's coming up. So I permit myself to try new things. Just know here, your love story is going to be so different from what you've experienced up until now. Like even the person you're going to be with, the type of adventures you'll go on, the conversations, how they look, the kind of job that they are doing, just everything about this person is so different to what you're used to. It's so different to what you had in the past, but it's good. It's allowing you to thrive. It's healthier because what you thought you wanted is clearly not what has worked out. And group number 3, in 2024, you're simply allowing for your guides, for the universe to pick for you. And boy, the picking is being done, and you are picking the ripest fruit on the tree, trust me. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if 2025 would also be the year of marriage, family, building another home together, investing together. I mean, the list goes on. But group 3, what I'll do now is I'll clear and cleanse the space, then I'll be right back for us to delve even more deeply into your 2024 love story prediction. So you don't need to do anything. Just hang tight, and I'll be right back with you. Welcome back, my lovely souls of group number 3. So let's delve even more deeply into your reading, shall we? I'm so excited. To figure out what else we've got in store for you for your 2024 love story. Let's see what we've got here. Wow. Okay, so we have the 6 of Air. Within the 6 of Air, I can see that you are using some of the past experiences that you had to make your love story better in 2024. So that means also just skills that you brought to the table, things that you saw people really loved. Like if you were great at cooking, if you were an amazing planner when it comes to certain activities, like you are bit by bit revealing that to your new person in 2024 and using it to really like wow them. Okay, so you're not doing all that work right off the bat. You're letting them earn seeing all of the parts of you that are amazing, that are unique, and where you really shine, where you put in more effort and work than anyone else and just make really amazing memories with the people you love. I see here within self that you're becoming a selfish dater. I'm proud of you, group number 3, because why does selfishness always have such a negative connotation, especially if you identify as a woman? Like, can we stop? Because every time I've not been selfish, I've had my heart broken, I've been used, I've been put down, I've been taken for granted. Clearly being selfish is the only way to deal with these crusty men and these dusty people, no matter who you identify as. But I'm just using the example that I can speak on since I am someone who identifies as female and dates men, unfortunately. So here with self, I just want you to understand that focusing on yourself, what feels good for you, will always lead to a home run. It will always lead to success, because the thing is, when you're not compromising yourself, that means you're putting yourself and your needs first. And I feel like as women, we are programmed to be nurturers, protectors, to be peacekeepers and peacemakers, and even at the expense of our own peace. But that cycle stops. 2024, it's like you're not just gonna make all of us work and make all of us do hard labor, but then also make us still keep the self-sacrificing qualities. It's like you can't have it all, okay? Women are not meant to just be bottomless pits of making up for where other people lack to step up to the plate. Not to get all feminism on you and my viewpoint of it, but I just see here that you're just not taking anyone's like excuses. That's really what it boils down to. It's not even about men, women, feminism, not feminism, doesn't matter. Here, the 2 of Water shows us it's precisely this. You want to feel held. 2024 brings romantic vibes and energy. It brings a strong romantic connection, and one that is based off of exactly what you want to feel. And we spoke about this, like you want to have breaks too. You want to be taken care of. You want to feel like you are the center of the relationship, at least at times. And the 2 of Water just shows feeling really at home with someone. It shows some very intimate, loving moments and like a lot of skin to skin contact. All right, a lot of just loving the person's smell, specifically how their head smells. I know, really random, but that's what we've got here in the 2 of Water. Feeling emotionally so connected to them, and also just like holding their head precisely like this, and kind of like coddling them in your intimate moments, but not because you are mothering the person, because they protect you, they provide for you, they do things for you too. So you can give them that. And you never wanted to be someone who makes it like a transaction. You never wanted to be the kind of person who first is on the lookout for what the other person offers before you kind of put all of your goodies on the silver platter. But you've realized sometimes you just got to protect yourself. Sometimes you've got to protect your energy, because otherwise you give way too much too early on and you don't receive the same reciprocity in return. And here within the Ace of Air, you're just like on a new wave. It's like a new age for you, group number 3. You are not succumbing to feeling guilty or like, oh, you should be this homemaker, the person who makes a house into a home and all of that. No, that is like pick me vibes. And the thing is, we don't sometimes realize what a pick me is. It's not just like putting others down to make yourself look better, but a pick me is also someone who says, well, you know, I clean, I cook, well, you know, I do this, I do that. You don't even care. You don't even want to say to anybody, well, I cook, I clean, well, I have all of these qualities. No. If they're worthy, they will find out. And until then, we're closing that chapter. We're taking the key, closing the box, throwing that key away. They can go find the key. And if they search hard enough, long enough, and they find that key, maybe they can find out what's in the box. Maybe they can find out all of the awesome traits that will be unlocked once they've reached that tier, group number 3. It is about reaching that tier. Like, you are not giving it up just like that. And by giving it up, I mean physical intimacy, I mean emotional intimacy, I mean all of the things you can bring to the table that's unpaid labor. No. We are not just doing that for anybody, and we're not just doing that whenever. It must be earned, and you must make sure that you continue strong in this mindset. Group number 3, even when you've got people trying to tell you, oh, you're being too hard, you're being too rigid, you should just like, you know, do it anyways, or they'll come around. You don't need to be gatekeeping all of these things. Actually, you do. Actually, you really do. Because if they are meant to be in your life forever, or they are truly meant to supply you with the emotional stability and safety that they're promising you they will give to you, it should be no problem for them to wait a couple months longer to see that, or even 1 or 2 years, compared to a lifetime of the privilege of having you in their life. Next up, we've got desire and destiny. So this is an interesting combination, because I see here within destiny and desire and destiny, whichever order you'd like to say it in, that what you desire is what you're destined to have, and it is important that you are clear about what it is that you desire and be specific. If you desire somebody who, for example, is very kind, caring, and loyal, it is important for you to specify that. Don't just say, oh, a good partner, a good woman, a good man. No, you have to say they are loyal. Maybe they are tall or well built. Maybe they take care of their body. Maybe they have a job that they love, so you know you don't need to put up with them just complaining and moaning about their work all the time. All right, you got to be specific, because you are manifesting your destiny this 2024, romantically speaking. And being careful what you wish for is something that I learned the hard way, you guys. Like, I was in a situation where, you know, at one point I was with someone who was so in their feminine. Like, I had to worry about everything. I had to take care of everything. It was like I was the man, I was the divine masculine, and I hated it. I couldn't stand it. And as soon as I was able to leave that situation, I could finally be with somebody who had that protector instinct, that protector energy. And it was almost like these 50 Shades vibes that I thought were for me. And I wasn't specific about what I wanted. And that person was dangerous, physically and emotionally speaking. They were not safe. So I had to specify not just someone who is masculine, someone who is still soft, someone who is still kind, someone who knows boundaries. Thing is, when you become clear on these things and you've made a couple mistakes with manifesting as well, you start to realize just how powerful you are. Rather than thinking to yourself, man, that was another failed relationship, or that was another situation I wasn't meant to be in, you think to yourself, gee, I am really a magnet for everything I want. Why don't I try this more specifically and actually manifest someone who's good for me? You see how the tables turn in that instance? So do you know here, your desire, your manifestations, your wants, your needs, they are more powerful and magnetic than you think that they are. The evidence is everywhere. Look around, look at your past, journal about it, and know that with this evidence, you can move forth feeling strong, feeling like, you know what, if I can manifest something that I don't want, I sure as heck can manifest something that I do want. Okay, so we've got 2 cards here. One corresponds to master number 44, one corresponds to number 3. Let's start off with the first one that we received, which is back to what you love, reevaluating your desires. That's literally what we just spoke about. Reevaluating your desires, being specific, reminding yourself of what it is that you truly need and love in a relationship and want from another person. Because as already mentioned to you by my own mistake, you guys, I make these mistakes so you don't need to make them. And I talk about them even though they're terrible and they're embarrassing, so that you can learn from me and not manifest the absolute poop show that I've manifested in the past. And here we've got get to know each other. So learning to meet another's need for love. Take your time when getting to know someone. And those red flags, don't say that they're orange when they're not. All right, when someone on a first date only talks about themselves, that's not an orange flag. That's a red flag. All right? If someone is talking badly about others or saying how annoyed they are by everybody else around them, never saying anything positive, trust me, I promise you, it's just a matter of time until you upset them, and then you become their public enemy number 1, and you are just part of everybody else. Okay? If you see somebody who is overall just concerned with themselves, run. If someone is overly masculine or overly in their feminine, like either playing the victim or being extremely assertive to the point of aggression, it will only get worse. And that is why it's so important to spend time with the person that you're considering to make your forever partner. Spend quality time together. Listen and talk to each other. So we already figured that your love story in 2024 is going to be a good one anyways. So I don't even know why Spirit is giving us so many little tidbits of information. Probably because you may meet someone in 2024 before the one. And Spirit just wants you to move on quickly, to weed them out immediately. They're not even important enough for us to get too much into the deep end about them, but just know here, as soon as you see any red flags, move on. It's not worth following through on that. But I see that with the person who is right for you in 2024, listening and talking to each other is where you bond the most. No activities, not watching movies, not being intimate. It is really about the talking, the hand holding, the kissing, the being together without feeling like it's awkward, even if you don't say anything, even if you're just hanging out and doing work next to each other. Now, spiritual connection shows us a relationship that has a connection that goes beyond this lifetime. A soulmate, someone with whom you will forever be connected with. And this connection going beyond this human lifetime is something that some call it like a soul tie, but I just want you to know that this is not to be taken lightly, all right? You will meet someone extremely important and meaningful in the year 2024 to your love life. The spiritual connection will last even after you two are not in these human forms and bodies anymore. And honestly, I don't want to sound morbid, but growing old, and then when one of you goes, the other one following shortly thereafter, or even going at the same time, that's what we're getting here. We're getting this feeling of being connected even when you're not together. It's like your hands are intertwined, are locked, okay? And it's almost like with canaries, for example, or certain fish, where when they're with a partnership and their partner for some reason dies, like they don't switch partners, they don't make it that much longer either. It's just a connection that goes beyond this lifetime. It is something that goes deeper than what anyone else has ever experienced around you. So I just want you to know the D word in this relationship, divorce or the separation, not being together, it's just not an option. It never will be with your soulmate. You are not the kind of person who will need space from them, nor will they need space from you, group number 3. It's all about building together. And I also see here in spiritual connection, it's like the connection you have goes beyond just basic interests. It's like you don't even need to speak and you know how they feel. Even if they're not in the same room, you can just read their energy just through the soul tie that you have with one another. And I want you to know that your love story for 2024 is going to entail this huge shift of believing in true love again, believing in deep connections and soul ties like you never have before, and experiencing something like this for the first time yourself and thinking, whoa, I didn't even know love like this existed or was possible. This is incredible, and this is something that I never want to let go of. And I just want you to know also here, being with this person, there will be a lot of intimacy, all right? There will be a lot of excitement. Save some of the fun as much as you can. Like, don't try everything right from the start of being with this person. Try to also just like give the relationship some time to breathe. So don't hang out with them from the moment you meet every single day, all the time, 24 hours a day. Give the relationship some breathing room so that you can look forward to seeing this person again. So that you can just stretch the honeymoon phase out as long as possible, because people who are together a lifetime, trust me, if they could stretch that honeymoon phase of 1 year to 5, and then instead of at year 25 being sick of their partner, being sick of them actually at year 30 because they stretched that out more, they would. And they would say, don't rush. I see here within To Be Fair that you will meet them during either a fun fair actually, or during like a sunset. It's an evening, the weather is pretty calm, the sun is setting, and it's a romantic time. It's a very kind of picturesque scenario that you will remember. You will take photos of the sky that night as well, and these are photos you're going to send to each other later down the line and say, hey, remember we met during this night and this evening. And also the sky is going to be pretty clear, so new moon, not full moon. And then we've got loyal heart. It becomes clear here that as we were talking about canaries and other creatures, that once they're in a bond and in a pair, they don't separate anymore. That's precisely what we've got depicted here. So Spirit really is confirming this. Spirit really is here, letting you know that this reading is for you, that all of these notions are in fact how your love story is meant to go. And Loyal Heart shows us here that you treat them like the king and queen that they are, and they do the same for you. And the Loyal Heart shows that regardless of what you're going through within the relationship, nothing is ever going to stop you from respecting one another, and you keep most of the arguments in the relationship. You don't take them out. You don't feel the need to ask others for their opinion, because you know that that can often really interfere in your relationships unnecessarily. And it's actually a skill you're teaching yourself, to just kind of be a little bit more reserved rather than oversharing. But this relationship is worth it to you, and your partner provides a safe space for you to open up into, so the oversharing becomes less and less of something that you're drawn towards. Also because it's like a healthy relationship, so you don't feel like, oh my god, I need to share this with my mom or my friend so they can give me feedback because something seems off here or something seems unhealthy. None of that here for 2024. So my gorgeous souls of group number 3, I hope that you enjoyed this super detailed reading and that you found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. And overall, I would just like to thank you for being here on this journey, for spending this divine time and space with me. I appreciate you more than you know, and it's only thanks to you guys that I get to continue making these readings to help prepare you, uplift you, give you stability as well as healing. Thank you guys so much for your support through watching my video, shopping on BowLive, collecting my tarot and oracle decks. It really does mean the world. So group 3, I'm sending you so much love, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all of my gorgeous souls of group number 4. Now you chose the Ephemere tarot deck in connectivity to the Citrine crystal. This is the gorgeous citrine crystal. This is a stone that brings light as well as abundance into your life. So if that's precisely what you were going for or thinking when you chose this crystal, I hope that this confirms that you made the right choice for yourself, group number 4. So we'll get into your love story for the year 2024. Should there be a love story? Okay, we also already have a card that popped itself right side up, which we'll get into in just a second. But before we do, I just want to say to you guys to take whatever resonates, leave what doesn't, but make a little mental note because it will come back to you in the next weeks and months, I promise. So first up, we've got defiance. I see here within defiance that even when things seem like a little unsure, a little difficult in your love life, you defy all odds. So even though it may be unusual for someone from your background to date another person who is, say, affluent or who comes from a background that is completely opposite to yours, so maybe you're the affluent one and they're someone who is from a kind of more working class, blue collar type of family, I just want you to know here that your success story is one that defies all odds, because to you, love is truly love, and if it's pure, you feel like you can build with that person. You don't need a perfect package already, romantically speaking, to be sent to your doorstep. You just need someone who's willing to learn, to grow, to love you right, and to be honest. So I see that having those core principles means that regardless of what life throws at your love life and at you, you're able to defy those odds and still have a successful relationship. Now, the 5 of Wands shows us here that there's going to be some sort of situation in 2024 in which there is a discussion about your love life with other people. So maybe you have someone close to you, it could be like a sister or an extended family member who always has something to say about your love life, where you can just tell for some reason they cannot let you be happy. Like they always need to tell you, well, are you taking inventory of this? Have you paid attention to that? And that's where I see here in the 5 of Wands, you just don't need that kind of negativity. You don't need someone who's constantly telling you what to do or how to lead your love life, when you're perfectly capable of doing that by yourself. So I definitely see here that this is something that you are saying no to, and that connection may be sacrificed in the name of having a love life that allows you to just be free and do what you want. Now, Origin shows us here that you are creating a kind of romantic situation in which you'll never forget your roots. So you love that you, as well as your future partner, that you both have specific roots and backgrounds that you come from, specific traditions, maybe even different political or religious worldviews. And rather than allowing that to be something that rubs you both the wrong way, again, you defy those odds and you actually want to integrate all of these differences into your family structure, because to you, it's like the more diversity and the more colorful of a picture you can paint, the better. The better for potential offspring, the better for you, and you being an open-minded individual, continuously learning and growing, and everyone around you, because it just overall has this deep sense of acceptance that comes from you and your relationship. So you are meant to be with someone where it doesn't matter really what kind of belief system that you grew up in. You create your own mixture of what really serves you and your family and the dynamic you're trying to cultivate. Next up, we've got here and now. So, group number 4, in here and now, I want you to know that your love story will finally take you away from ruminating about the past and overthinking the future. And it will let you just be in the here and now, like just being in the moment with your person, enjoying them, enjoying the time that you're spending together, and truly no longer feeling like you've got FOMO, no longer stressing over stuff that isn't fully relevant. That's what I see within here and now. And next up, we've got come to the edge. For you, there will be many moments where you feel like you are so close to losing yourself in this love, and it's okay. It's something I think we all go through when we love super deeply, when we get very emotional about another person, when we're infatuated by them. And the risk of losing ourselves in a relationship, I think, is always here, but you're just coming to the edge. You're not falling off of it, you're not jumping off the edge. This is just a situation, group number 4, where you're so infatuated and in love in this upcoming year that you're often at the edge of kind of making love your full-time job, which is a beautiful experience to have in itself. Here within time to go, you'll also still have this sense within you when you're doing a little too much procrastinating and when you have to go back to work. So spending weekends just cooped up with them, maybe even traveling to other countries and destinations, I want you to know here that you will know when it's time to say, all right, I gotta go to work, I gotta do my own things, I gotta get back to my apartment, to my home, to clean up, to create an order, whatever it is that you need to do. I see that in the past, you maybe kind of lost yourself a little too much, but now you're reminding yourself that it's important that you stand your ground on the things going on in your life as well, that it's not actually something that's bad for any love story, it's actually something that just also makes them respect you more because they see that you respect yourself. So next up, we've got regeneration. Now, group number 4, your love story is going to regenerate and restore you, especially if you've gone through some past wounds and traumas in love that you just feel are still lingering. Like if you were with someone who was so unsafe emotionally, maybe even physically too, it can be very hard to switch from how your brain has been rewired by that traumatic experience. Like if you, for example, are at the grocery store and you're totally overthinking how much time it's taking you to put everything on, you know, the little band where the cashier scans the things, and you're overthinking because there are people who are behind you in the line, and the ex that you were with would complain about everything that you do. They would belittle everything that you do. They would say literally everything isn't good enough. And now you're realizing this actually had some lasting effects and repercussions. So this is just an example, but as mentioned, if you experience one thing in a relationship that's unhealthy, it can manifest itself in other day-to-day situations in life. And you may think to yourself, oh, this is where I have this reaction from. This is where this fear is coming from. It's because in the past, it was almost like I experienced pain or punishment in these situations. So regenerating and really unlinking the connections, the unhealthy connections that were made for you in the past is what we've got for you for the year 2024 in love, so that you can actually be in a secure attachment. Consider your foundation. Look at how committed you are to love. So the person that your love story will play out with, they come from a background where their parents are still together, where they were in a home in which love was something that was freely expressed. They also were close to nature. They potentially had pets and a lot of things such like foxes and badgers in their backyard. And they had a big home just like this one with a patio with big windows in the countryside. They were in a pretty comfortable position, to be honest with you. So they don't bring too much trauma with them, which makes it very easy for them to love you and to open up to you. And the thing is that when you see how they grew up and how committed that they are to love, how that shaped them into who they are today, it gives you a feeling of safety, because you can just see that they want to recreate the same thing for their life, and that's precisely what you want as well. So you know, okay, this is my person, this is a safe space for me to spend my time with this person. It's not going to be a waste. That's what we've got here as a message for you. Spend quality time together. Listen and talk to each other. When you find the right person, then spending quality time together is going to be all about getting to know each other's quirks, interests, and intricacies is what I meant to say. You guys, that's a tongue twister. And I just want you to know here that your person, despite the fact that they come from such a fabulous upbringing of respect, boundaries, kindness, and also sharing what they have with others, they never lost their humility. They never lost the fact that they're super down to earth and would never judge someone who doesn't come from that kind of background. And when you spend quality time with them, you realize even more what kind of person that they are, and the fact that, you know, they would never be rude to another individual just because they come from a more affluent background. So we've got the Five of Swords here. Again, conflict. There are some jealous people that are seeing your love story in 2024, and they can't help but comment. They can't help but try to be a part of it, even if that means that they are being destructive, even if that means that they're kind of forcing their way into it and making it their business when it's not theirs. But there's a reason why you're receiving this reading right now, group number 4, and it is also to just remind you that you're aware of this already. Just cut them off immediately. Do it with speed. That's what we've got here in the Eight of Wands. As soon as someone is doing some weird stuff around you and your future partner in your relationship, immediately get rid of them. Immediately make sure that it's clear your relationship is off limits. If you have something to ask about anything relationship related, if you want their 2 cents, then you will ask for it. They don't need to volunteer it when nobody asked for their 2 cents. So the Eight of Wands definitely shows that moving quickly with that and making it clear from the beginning is the best way to make sure that it doesn't just continue to become the norm, that people think they're able to make comments about your love life. Next up here within the Two of Wands, there are big decisions that you're making in 2024 in regards to your love story, big decisions about family planning, or actually not planning a family, big decisions about moving in together and solidifying your connection, big decisions about moving to another country as well. That's what I see here within the Two of Wands for you. And it feels like the world is your oyster, because your love story plays out with somebody who has friends, acquaintances, business partners, and family kind of spread out a little all over the world. So it's like you get to pick your favorite situation. It's like you get to pick your dream life. And the Princess of Wands shows us here that when this love story starts to unfold, you'll think to yourself, this is exactly what I wanted and needed. This is exactly the kind of vibe that I was going for. And actually, you're not going to feel out of place at all. You're going to feel within your heart that this is right, this is what you deserve, and this is where you belong. And it will just click with this person, because they don't care what kind of background that you're from. They don't care what kind of family that you come from. They care about what lies within. And when they see that you effortlessly click with them and fit into any social setting because of your kind heart, to them it's like a sealed deal, okay? To them it's like, this is wifey, this is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. And defying all odds is something that you will do over and over again in this relationship. But I'll move a little more deeply into it. We will be using the divination board in just a second. So what I'll do now, group number 4,
I will cleanse and clear the space, and then I'll be right back with you to delve more deeply into this reading so we can figure out placements with this person. We can get into numerology, the astrological correspondences, and overall just more detailed information about your 2024 love story. So you don't need to do anything but hold tight, and I'll be right back with you. Hello, all of my beautiful souls of group number 4. Welcome to this next portion of your reading, where we can get into more details about your 2024 love story predictions. So I want to see what we're receiving here when it comes to overall vibes. Allow me to just make sure that things are in focus. All right, so there we go. Spirit, let's see what group number 4 has in store. All right, so one thing that I'm getting here, there's a strong inclination towards Pisces energy. So definitely know here that when it comes to your love story, we have some water sign kind of loving vibes. So someone who is very in their feels, someone who isn't afraid to express their feelings, and also to let you know how much they truly care about you. So let's add some numerology into this, shall we? Let's see what Spirit has to say. Oh, okay. We've got the number 1, and it landed very close to Pisces. The number 1 being close to Pisces between Tuesday and Wednesday gives us an idea that this is your first choice. This is the number 1 option for you, romantically speaking, when it comes to your love story for the year 2024. And also, if the first of the month is either a Tuesday or a Wednesday, that's your lucky day, group number 4. That's a day where I would recommend that you kind of plan big meetings, big endings of certain projects, like final dates to hand in your work, and just overall anything that's meaningful for you. All right. Okay, next up, we also have some Gemini energy right here. Let me zoom in for you. That's what our Astro Dice revealed. So I'll put our Gemini energy right here on Gemini, and I want to see what, ooh, the planetary placement, you guys. It is out of the screen, but here we go. You guys, the planetary placement is Saturn. So I just want you to know here within Saturn, having this planetary placement shows us that Gemini and Saturn, we've got someone chatty. We've got someone whom you can speak to about absolutely everything. They're someone who is super organized, and they're also the kind of person that just loves to plan things for you. So they love planning birthdays. If you decide to get married, let me just rearrange our little foliage here. If you decide to get married with this person, like, they will absolutely love planning this wedding with you, even though you may have thought that they would be annoyed by it or they wouldn't love it. Trust me, group number 4, like, your person is the planner of the century, all right? And even planning trips, things like that, they're all about it. And it's one of their most favorite things to do. I want to add some letters into your reading also, group 4. Let's see what we'll receive. Let's see what Spirit has to say. All right, so we have R, E, R. Let's see what else that we'll receive. O, as well as E again. All right, so we have double E, double R. All right, so this is something I haven't seen before, which is why I'm inclined to keep questioning Spirit, to keep figuring out what's going on here. All right, we've got L. So one thing we definitely have here is lore. So tales. Your person is very interested in everything that has to do with, like, old tales, with history. They're the type of person that absolutely loves to travel and see other cultures. Whatever is, like, mystical and seems like it could be lore, that is something that they're super, super interested in. So I want to see if we can make sense of the letters above as well. All right, so H and I. So another message that we're getting here is them being a hero. So I definitely see that this is something that they love. They love to feel like they're your hero. They love to feel like they're bringing something to your life that's improving your life, that's making your life easier. And then we also, of course, have I right here. So I, lore, hero. I definitely just, overall, this is someone who is very low key. All right, your love story is meant to circulate around you, group number 4, not around the person that you're with. They don't like attention to the extent that they want to be the center of it ever. They would rather have you shine. They would rather have you be the one who is the center of attention. And another thing about them is that they also love anything that has to do with like heroes, superheroes. They love anything that has to do with tales from ancient Egypt as well. They find that very heroic, and you're probably going to travel to Egypt with them too. So next up, we've got the 4-leaf clover. So we've got good fortune for your love story for the year 2024. If you've been having kind of like a bad luck spell, group number 4, your 4-leaf clover brings you the confirmation that you needed, that things are finally going to shift and turn around for the better. So your whole 2024 vibe is not only about good fortune, but your 2024 vibe is also one that just shows that it's your time to be the focal point in a relationship and to be spoiled, to get that princess treatment, to make sure that you are on the road to the successful relationship you've always wanted, and to be with someone who feels fulfilled when you're fulfilled. The mountain road is evident of being on the right path. So if you needed confirmation as to whether you're on the right path when it comes to your love life and overall your romantic endeavors, you are, group number 4. You really are. What you're doing right now will lead you to this love story that we're talking about. And this is one that you are going to find brings so much peace, so much sanity, so much more happiness than what you've had in the past. And the person that you're going to be with, they're still a stranger. And the meeting with them, the first time you meet them and you hug or you shake hands, you're going to immediately know that this person is going to have some sort of effect on your life, that this is an important meeting. You don't know exactly why or how, but you know that something's going on here that is unusual. You guys, this tea is sending me. So let's move further into your reading, shall we, to figure out some more deets for you. So we've got the bell. Okay, so the bell shows that this person in your love story is someone whose energy and their presence like announces them before they even say anything. When they enter a room, everybody wants to get up to shake their hand. Everybody wants to be their friend. They're powerful, they're impactful, they're a meaningful person in their community and in society. And I do see here that the thing is, when you meet them, they're going to play very low key until you actually are invited to go to an event with them. And you start to realize there's this energy around them with other people where these other people are just like, they respect them a lot. They are definitely in a space where you can tell they're slightly intimidated. They're kissing your person's butt. They're very much like trying to make sure that your person is comfortable. And that's when you're realizing, oh my God, I am actually in a love story with a shark. Okay, because the shark is a creature that doesn't need anyone, that is seen as pretty dangerous. I mean, it is dangerous, right? If you are prey. And I just want you to know here that you may have not noticed it because they didn't show you their shark side, but your person is someone who will always win every single deal, who is a very strong person when it comes to business, very strong-willed, and that's where they put all of their kind of fighting energy into.
So they need a peaceful relationship. They don't have time for childish, immature behavior. They don't have time for drama in a relationship. They just want stability so that they can focus on their work. So I want to also add some runes into this for you. So let's see what we've got here. I'll just intuitively see what rune Spirit wants us to read for you. Oh, okay. So here we've got Dagas. Dagas is the rune of dawn. It's the rune of like having a breakthrough and a deep sense of awareness. So 2024 is going to be like an aha moment. It's like an epiphany for your love life where you're like, hey, this is actually what I deserve. This is actually what I'm meant to experience and explore. And in connectivity to the rest of your reading, you're meant to be with somebody who doesn't play mind games, somebody who isn't about drama, where things like being faithful, it's not even a topic of discussion because you are just not in a space where you both even have time for that. It's like either we're together or we're not. Next up, we've got this rune right here. Now this rune corresponds to Tiwaz. That's the name of this rune. Tiwaz is a rune of honor. So the most important thing here in your love story is honor, it's respect, and your person is a little bit in the public eye, okay? So they need to make sure that their authority and leadership doesn't get questioned due to being in a relationship with someone who is questionable. So that is something that they're absolutely not looking for. They want someone who is low-key, who is dedicated, who is focused. And for you, group number 4, I hope this sounds like something that you desire as well, because they are definitely not the type of person who will take no for an answer once you're in a relationship. Like, they are a leader, they're very strong. And when they want to do something, like go on a trip, like start a new business venture, you're going to have to be the rock. You're going to have to show your emotional strength to be able to support yourself, the partnership, them, and the relationship through it. So February is the month in which you're most likely to meet them. February is a great time for you to link up with them and for you to make that initial connection. And I want you to know that that initial connection is maybe not the one that will immediately lead to being together, because the initial connection could just be meeting each other at a work event or crossing paths at a gas station, at a grocery store, and actually feeling something, knowing that there's something here, but not immediately jumping from that into the relationship. But it's just the humble beginning that we've got in February. So your path will cross in some way, shape, or form that you didn't expect. And I want to add a charm into this so we can see precisely how your paths will cross and make more sense of this. So the charm that I received here is a flower. So here it becomes clear that you will cross paths with this person at a very fancy event or birthday party where there are flowers and flower decor, or in nature, okay, in some sort of botanical garden situation where, again, there are some sort of flowers around. They may not be in full bloom depending on where you live in February, but that is the spot in which you will meet them. If there's a place that you frequent or some event that you picture you would be going to in February that is a little fancy, that will have some nice decor, look out for your person. Now, you may ask yourself, Vanessa, what if I'm sick? What if I can't make it? What if there's a family emergency? What if I have like a work thing? Well, as I like to say, you always meet people at least twice in life, and I want to see what other month is probable and likely for you to link up with them. So we've got August. If you miss your first chance, there's still a second one. There's still another one. Don't panic, group number 4. Your person isn't going anywhere. The one who's destined to be with you is someone that you won't be able to shake so easily. And they are a shark. They can smell
blood, a drop of blood in an ocean. And the drop of blood they're looking for is you. As crazy as it sounds, group number 4. So don't you worry that you will miss them, or that for some reason maybe the opportunity will be fleeting or pass by. You are meant to be with this individual, and the universe will conspire to find a way to make sure that you end up with them. And then we've got an affirmation for you. I can get through this. If you've ever doubted your lovability, if you've ever doubted your love story, remind yourself of the fact that you've been through some really, really challenging situations. You got through them all by yourself, or even with a partner who didn't support you, who just brought more stress, more pain and heartache to the situation. Now, if you can get through that, you can get through waiting for this person. You can get through this love story, not immediately starting off the year meeting them on the first day. It's fine, group number 4. You will get through it. You will come out the other end being with whom you're meant to be. And also, I know when to walk away shows us here that it is super important for you to keep an eye on respectfulness. Let me tell you something. And you may not want to hear this, but I'm still just going to let you know what the message is. Your person, we spoke about how they're a shark, right? They will test you. At the beginning of the relationship, at the beginning of the connection, they will test to see if you're a sheep like everybody else who just wants to please them and just wants them for their power and money. Okay, they're going to say something that is low-key disrespectful. Not so much that it's reason to never talk to them again, but enough reason for you to react. And they're testing to see if that reaction will come. They want to see your level of self-respect. They want to see, are you willing to walk away in order to protect your dignity, in order to protect that self-respect that you've built for yourself? So when they say something that is slightly on the disrespectful side, you know what I recommend, group number 4? Look them straight in the eye. Tell them that what they said is not something that you will accept. Take your bag, take your phone, your keys, and walk away. And trust me, they will run after you. They will apologize. They will say that they didn't mean it. They'll never do it again. And you will have passed the test, as dramatic as it sounds. But they will never do something like that again because they know not to play with you. And you know, giving somebody who is used to everybody trying to please them, giving them a reality check, giving them a boundary, a lot of these people are waiting for it. A lot of these people are just looking for someone who is real, looking for someone who will not tolerate their BS. And by you being that person, not only will you earn their respect, but you will be even more valuable and even more important for them to actually have and keep in their life. And they will chase you so hard after that. So group number 4, what I'll do now is I'll clear and cleanse the space again, and I'll be back for us to move even more deeply into your 2024 love predictions. Once again, you don't need to do anything. Continue to enjoy, to chill, to relax, and I'll be right back with you so we can carry on with these readings. Welcome back, group number 4. So let's pursue your 2024 love story prediction even more deeply, shall we? So let's see what additional messages that we've got for you. So Spirit, please give us some insight for group 4. We've got the youth. So group number 4, what was it that you wanted out of love when you were young, when you were literally like a little youth? What was it that you thought love would look like in your life? Because I see here that a lot of these projections that you had from being a kid are actually going to come true in the year 2024. It may be, for example, a dream wedding that you can finally see would be happening. Having a pet by your side, a trusty little companion, a dog or a cat, something fuzzy. Also, another thing here, feeling like love is something that keeps you young, that keeps you excited, not feeling drained by it, and overall love being exciting. I see here that your 2024 love story is also portraying you as the younger one, as the youth. So your person is definitely going to be older than you. Let's add some numerology into this so we can figure out precisely what kind of age gap we're talking about. Okay, so for 1 we've got 3. Let's see if we're meant to have any bigger gaps, and 3. So the number 3, but also the number 6, okay? So I want you to know here in the youth that this person is between 3 to 6 years older than you. And they're the type of person that you can rely on, but you still feel like you're the young, fun, bubbly one around them. And you'll always be the one who's a little bit more on the youthful side in this relationship. Next up, we've got the 9 of Fire. This shows here that someone is infatuated with you. Look, they're bringing you flowers and roses. So don't be surprised if pretty early in, you receive some baby pink roses from this person. And they are definitely looking to see what it's like to be intimate with you. They want that. Group number 4, there is no denying that, all right? They are ready, but take your time. Not that they will judge you if you're intimate early on, but it's just always kind of a little bit more of a refined look to take your time and first get to know them and activate their headspace, activate things mentally first, and make sure you feel fully ready. Because I think a lot of times people kind of try to say, well, you know, I just wanted it, so I did it, and that's all fine. But I think a lot of times people are not fully ready. There's just a difference between feeling attracted to someone and wanting to be intimate with them, but actually already having built that connection and feeling safe. It's something that doesn't happen as quickly as people sometimes proceed to get intimate with another partner. You know what I mean? So it's super important for you to remind yourself of the fact that you can take your time, you should take your time. Even if they have a burning desire to be with you, they will stick around for as long as it takes until you're ready. I see here within the Sage that we definitely have this kind of like youth and Sage relationship, and this is not meant to be in a weird way at all. I just want you to know that what this stands for is that they have like some mentorship qualities. They have some qualities about them where you feel like they're wise. They have a good extra deal of life experience that really attracts you, that makes you feel drawn to them, especially sensually as well, because you just love someone who has experienced life and can bring you lots of wisdom and can share with you all of the things that they've learned along the way so you don't make the same mistakes, and also who is protective, who can provide because they've learned from financial mistakes too, and they can truly help you in your professional career as well because they have so many great contacts, and because they are the type of person that is pretty social when it comes to networking. So a lot of people are definitely looking to them when it comes to networking because they know they have a big repertoire of contacts, and that is super valuable. You can't put a price tag on that, and they knew this from the beginning, which is why they started to become more outgoing. Even though they're more of an introvert, they didn't want to like allow their net worth to suffer because they wouldn't build a network, if you know what I mean. Next up, we've got healing. So group 4, your love story is meant to be healing. It's meant to be restorative, re-energizing, bring you back to your roots, but also take you away from whatever zapped the energy out of you. Healing is also indicative of the fact that your 2024 love story is leaving you feeling refreshed. Like any kind of autoimmune diseases that you may be dealing with, or something like anxiety, depression, bipolar, and ED. Group number 4, it's going to be soothed so much through your 2024 love story because your person just takes away so many stressors from you. It's just like a safe haven for you to be in. And this healing is something that is taking place on the level of your nervous system. So it may take some time for you to notice, but after being with your person for a couple weeks and months, like your skin will start to get clearer. You'll feel overall less tension. Your back pains are going to start to lessen. And I want you to know it's because the childlike sense of wonderment that you maybe weren't able to have or enjoy in a long time, it's coming back to you because you're in a safe space. So now you can sometimes be the kid again. If you were ever parentified as a kid, which means that you had a caretaker that wasn't attentive, that was too busy with their own dramas and needs, so it's almost like you didn't have a childhood where you could just be a kid because there was always one responsibility or another you had to take care of. You had to step up for your parent or parents, like doing things like opening the mail, making sure bills are paid, making sure you are fed, and even not feeling like you can share with your parents if you're going through bullying or hardship at school because you just know they're so preoccupied with their issues, you don't want to add another thing to their plate. Like the fact that kids even need to think that far is absolutely wild and sick in many ways, but it happens to a lot of us. And I just want you to know that you can relive some of that time that you lost of having wanted to just be a kid. But it's being brought back to you through love, through acceptance, through being in a relationship that protects that sacred and very gentle part of you. And it is about time, group number 4, like it is also about time that you adjust your type to the type of person that is safe. You don't need anyone else in your life other than an individual that is safe, especially emotionally. So next up, we've got building blocks. Now, 2024 gives you the building blocks to a pretty awesome future when it comes to your creative ventures. If you're someone who's an artist and you've been waiting for your breakthrough, 2024 is the building blocks, 2025 is the breakthrough, 2025 is the boom, I'm famous. And it all happens through a love life that allows you to not only recognize your worth, but also because you have their support, like you can lean into your things more. You can really focus on them rather than being spread so thin across a million different avenues, because you don't need that. And also you don't need to be a mother or a father to someone else's child, someone else's adult child. You guys, it was a nightmare when I was dating this person who was literally an adult child, who was literally behaving as though I was their mother. Do not recommend. Group number 4, worst experience ever, biggest waste of time. Don't go through it. I made all of these terrible mistakes, so I can tell you about it and let you know 0 out of 5 stars. Would not recommend. Next up, we've got unfinished symphony. So group 4, there's an ex that's coming back and wants to weasel their way into your love story for 2024. All I can say is karate chop that person straight out of your life, okay? Straight to jail, straight away. You don't need them. That unfinished symphony can stay unfinished. Not every symphony needs to be finished. They had their chance, they fumbled you. I mean, I don't know group number 4, but I just wouldn't fumble you. I just wouldn't. I don't know how else to put it. But they managed to do it. And then they are really cocky enough to think that they stand the chance to just come back and have you ruin something with someone amazing to go back to their dusty butts. Like, no. And group number 4, that's where you got to protect yourself. Block them. Don't respond to them. They're going to future fake. They're going to make all of these promises. They're going to say they've changed. They're going to say, oh, you've been looking good. Oh, I see you've been doing good for yourself. Yeah, because I'm not with you. Because I'm not with your clown-like face that was just literally bringing stress and agony to my life. Okay, so they're like this little clown trying to come back to you, and group number 4, we're just not doing it, okay? This unfinished symphony will forever just stay a little beat. It will forever stay a little melody that never made it out of the studio, and that's fine, because some people are really not worth more of your time and your energy, and you must recognize that. Next up, we've got a leg up. That's the thing, group 4. You've got a leg up with everything in life in 2024, especially your love story. So the thing is, because you've picked a good person, immediately you've got a leg up. Your friends, your acquaintances, you may have thought, well, you know, they're doing all of these adult things, they're really planning like life and to do all of these very monumental changes, like purchasing a home or having kids or getting like eloping, getting married. And I just want you to know that that is all fine and dandy when you feel like you're behind, but it only takes one right choice in a partner to have you ahead of the game tenfold very quickly. Because when you pick the right person, everything flows effortlessly. Like even something like planning a wedding is not that big of a deal. It doesn't have to be that energy or time consuming. It's not even the epicenter of your life because of how many other awesome things you have going on with this future partner. So the thing here that I just want you to be aware of for your love story is that having the right person will always give you a leg up in business, in anything that has to do with family planning, as well as also, of course, in moving in your lifestyle. So picking someone that you can truly trust, it is just chef's kiss, group number 4. That's what I see for 2024. Next up, we've got TikTok. So it's about time for you, group number 4. You've been waiting for long enough, all right? You've had some relationships and situationships that you just didn't deserve, and you may have also just felt on your own like, all right, TikTok, time's up soon, I need to settle, I need to find the right person. But the thing here is that if you don't allow that to stress you, you also won't make stupid decisions of going back to exes. For example, you've been there, you know it. You know the melody and you know it's not a hit. You know that's not going to get you to the VMAs. So the thing is that when you just remind yourself of the fact that the biggest time waster would be to get with someone that just isn't it, to get together in a love story with someone who doesn't even have potential, okay? They barely even like you. That's when you're going to realize, like, I will pass up person after person, and it is really in the end just saving me time. Because how many people do you know who thought, let me give this person a chance, now all of a sudden they've been in a 5-year relationship, a struggle relationship, a relationship that has never really felt like they were flourishing, like they were able to relax or enjoy. So just trust that your higher power, that your guides have something in store for you romantically. All right, that your love story will play out precisely as it should in its own time. So huge messages here for you are those of patience. The messages you're meant to receive here is to not rush into something out of fear that you don't have time left, or out of fear that for some reason you're missing out and other people have a leg up. No. It's just like with business. If you are 25 years old and you see people who are ahead of you in business and you feel like you're behind, there are people who start at 40 and they will be ahead of someone who started at 25 within 3 to 5 years time, depending on how they do it. So don't feel as every single situation in your life is to be compared and is an indication of whether you are ahead or behind. A lot of times we gather experiences that you don't see on an external plane. Like while people are posting their relationships that maybe in the background are not going well, in the background they're arguing, fighting, they don't want to be together, they're on the verge of breaking up every 5 minutes. While people are posting that, you are healing your traumas. You are learning a secure attachment style. So when you meet the right person, your relationship will actually last and be healthy. Meanwhile, you thought others were ahead of you, but they're breaking up left and right. But their relationships aren't making it past the 5 to 10 year mark, or they are unhappy in it at the end of the day for decades. So don't feel as though just because you're focused on doing something in the background, that it won't have an effect or that it isn't meaningful. It is group number 4. And just because you can't always put a picture on something or post it on social media doesn't mean that it isn't happening, and it doesn't mean that it isn't contributing in a meaningful way to the type of future that you desire. All right? Never forget that, group number 4. And also, of course, don't believe what you see on the internet. There are so many things on the internet that are just made up, that are just basically fake, to put it that way. And we need to make sure we're careful that we don't compare our day-to-day moments with someone's fictitious highlight reel that often isn't even close to reality. So let's see what else that Spirit has to say. We've got the Dulcis. So being in a golden cage, but I see that somehow it's like a vibe. Okay, you like those Christian Grey vibes, those 50 Shades vibes, minus manipulation, of course, minus any kind of like mental violence, but just being someone's boo thing, someone's little princess, someone's little, just, I don't want to say toy, just someone's person who they can spoil and who will never fly away from the relationship. I see that that is your vibe. Like, you are not the kind of person who will be in a happy relationship and think, I'm bored. Let me go out here and cheat. Let me go out here and see if I can get attention from someone else. You only want attention from very specific people. Everyone else doesn't matter. And you will stay in your little cage with your family, with your friends, with your romantic partner, because you know there's nothing out there that is better than what you've got. The grass is greener where you water it. You know this. So even if people are DMing you or flirting with you, like, you won't step out of your little prosperous situation, because you wouldn't risk a relationship that is built on real love, care, and affection for momentary pleasure, or someone who's just flirting around with you a little bit. And the Ace of Swords shows us here that you keep yourself busy always. Because you're someone who constantly keeps themselves busy, you are also the type of partner that is just always attractive and a little mysterious. So when you are married to someone for a long time and you keep coming up with things, like one time you're going to your book club, one time you're going to a dance class, then you're writing music, then you're doing pottery, then you're hanging out with your girls, going for a weekend getaway to some sort of cabin or some sort of spa. It's like, you have a life. You always have something going on for yourself. You always keep that independence. And that creates continuous mental stimulation and interest. And because you're the kind of person who is independent and doesn't need another person, it is so much appreciated that you are so in line, so appropriate with all of your connections. You do not befriend people who want more from you than friendship while you're in a relationship. It makes you a super valuable partner, and you don't play games with established relationships in your life that are good. You treat your partner like the king or the queen that he or she is, and they feel that, they see that. And I just want you to know here that being the kind of person that is loyal, being the type of person who will never jeopardize a real connection for momentary lust is something rare, and is something that makes you so sought after. And I just want you to know that your love story in 2024 is finally going to play out in this way of you being with your person who's a little older. You take care of them emotionally. In many ways, you bring the fun, the lighthearted spirit, the childlike sense of wonderment. They bring very protective energy. They're the type of person who's very diligent when it comes to numbers and plans and so on. I mean, you both take on each other's roles as well, but I'm just trying to say you are more heavily anchored in bringing the life and the youth to the relationship. And this makes you a irreplaceable partner. This makes you the kind of person that they want to be with forever. And of course that they're also very attracted to on a sensual level because you have this fun, this bubbly, this youthful kind of vibe and energy to you. And who doesn't like that, especially someone who is in a very high stress kind of job? Of course they like that. And here, I just want you to know you're building an empire with your person in the year 2024. You're being given the building blocks, so now it's about what you make of it. And you will always have your own career, and you're looking to further it in 2024. So even if your person supports you, say financially, for your career, you are not just taking it and thinking, oh, they support me, let me just have my school tuition paid off, or my student loans, or let me just live off of whatever they're giving me. I can purchase these fun things every single month. You're actually investing it into building blocks for the future. Building blocks by creating your own business and following through on those creative ventures like I told you. Also having your building blocks become stronger in getting education that will help you bring more financial abundance into your connection with your person later down the line. So you are not at all in a situation where you're kind of just enjoying the stability that your person is bringing, or you're just kind of like, oh, well, you know, I'm childish, I'm a kid, I don't need to work, they're doing everything. No, you are just as respected. You have a very intelligent approach to what you want to do when it comes to building your empire, building the finances, and so on. And they can see that. And that's why they trust you so much. That's why they give you whatever you want. And that's why they don't question you. And yeah, when a lot of Amazon parcels show up at the front porch, it can be a little sus, group number 4. But, you know, we all have our down days. We all have our days where, you know, we have to give in to some of our weaknesses. And that's fine. But overall, you are so entrusted in your love story with making the right decisions. Even though you're younger, even though in some ways you're less experienced, it is not something that makes them respect you any less or that puts you at a disadvantage. Actually, they look to you for innovation and for youthful and fresh energy. So group number 4, this is the reading that I've received for you for your love life during the year 2024 and overall your love story in this upcoming calendar year. I really hope that you have enjoyed this and that you have found it insightful. Feel free to let me know below in the comment section. I love to read all of your comments and catch up with you down there. And you guys, thank you for all of your support. It's only thanks to you that I can continue to do what I absolutely love. And it's only thanks to you that I'm able to create my own tarot decks, my own crystal jewelry line, all of these things. So I would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I can't wait for you guys to see what I've got in store for 2024. And Group 4, I'm sending you love and hugs, and I can't wait to connect with you during one of my upcoming readings.